Hey everybody, what's happening? Smiles, everyone, smiles.
Hello.
We're back. Oh my gosh. Ravenloft. Yes, we exist. Things have transpired.
Do we really?
We do. We do exist, and I can prove it. I think.
Yeah.
Giant nerd
Pretty
joke.
shortly.
Giant nerd joke. Yeah, hey, what's up, guys and gals and everyone in whatever that land is. Hey, completely disregard anything on, I don't know, like in this section of my face. I don't know what happened. I think like a bug bit me, or I think I ate some weirdness, because there's like red, like all kinds of goopity goop, and I am not vain. But when I see something red on my face, I go, what the fuck happened? I'm going on stream.
Admit it, Matt. You got into a bar fight.
Well, that wouldn't make sense
just
because, well, actually,
really
would it have hit me?
Somebody with really small hands hit you right
No,
here.
that makes sense because they are
Right there with the knuckle, like that. Yeah,
this would
right
hit me that way, right? So
Yeah.
I can neither confirm nor deny the existence
In
of
a bar fight with Mikmick?
Well, I had to take off my glasses first because the guy wouldn't hit me with my glasses on. So-
Can't
That's
see
a
what
very
that guy
kind bar fight person.
Yeah.
he's like, I'll wait, sir. I'll wait.
Hold.
And then I took him off, and he's like,
Those
bam!
Like men.
Sucker punch.
He just wanted to make sure that you couldn't see the hit coming.
Just to make sure. Yeah, it's like I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, just to make sure. I can't even bam. So yeah, no, we're back. We're kicking some butt and just disregard. So yeah, Domains of Dread, Ravenloft. Hey everybody in chat land, and hey everybody who's watching this on YouTube. We're happy to be back. Yeah. Does anyone have anything else that they want to talk about? Yeah. This wonderful person over here. Oh, my finger's being fuzzed out by this stupid background. My finger. Let's do this. Here we go. See that? That's a finger. It's pointing to your left on screen. That is pointing to Sarah. Sarah just got back
hi.
from her vacation.
From my honeymoon.
No, it was a honeymoon. Holy
my
smokes.
honeymoon.
Yeah.
Italy, which is amazing. But I did bring home the one souvenir nobody wants, and that's COVID.
It's one of the
So if I
many.
seem drunk tonight, I'm actually not for once. It's just that COVID has eaten my brain.
Oh, that's a.
And
I
also has
should
COVID.
write a monster for that. Like,
It
it's just-
is. It's like that. What is that thing? The
Intellect
nests in your
devour.
head. And, like,
Oh, the
becomes a little
intellect
brain.
devour,
Intellect
yeah.
devour. That's it. Yeah.
The
Not-
COVID intellect devour.
The
Just
COVID intellect devour.
Oh, yeah, intellect devours are
No, thank you.
massively like overpowered for their CR, by the way. But that's a tale for
They are.
a different time.
Yeah, because I feel like we ran into one of those really early in Mad Mage, and I'm like, that thing was gonna do what to me?
Oh yeah, it teleports into your brain
Yeah.
and takes your brain and
What are
just
they?
goes,
Yeah,
I don't need this, and just tosses it aside.
Yeah.
What are they? A
Scoop.
CR3 or 2?
I think they're
Basically, yes.
like CR3 or CR2, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, because we were it was pretty early in the dungeon that we ran into that thing, and after it had been dispatched and you explained what they did, I was
yeah.
just like, I'm sorry, what? Excuse me, I think I need a second to recover from what didn't but almost happened to me.
Uh-huh.
Hold, please.
Hold please while I
Oh,
cry.
please.
Yep.
Please, while I have minor existential crisis.
Yes. Nice segue, by the way, from like COVID to intellect devour to existential crisis. I'm just like,
Yeah.
I'm following the trail.
We're here.
Having
I
one in
tried.
Mikmick.
Ready for it.
But it wasn't just you who just got who unfortunately caught COVID. This gent down here in the bottom, my finger fucking sucks. I can't do this pointing shit. Especially in a mirrored environment. Down here, and it's fuzzed. Down here, bottom left, that guy got COVID too. It's still around. What's up with that, man? Like, come on.
2 people on this side.
Yeah,
Red.
we're keeping.
Did you
we're
quarantine
keeping-
us on one side?
I did. I did.
Good, because I don't want it.
I'm in the
I'll-
middle.
I'll
I'm
do
right
my-
next to these folks, so I can't. I'm like,
I'll
it's-
try not to breathe into my microphone, you guys. I don't know if that's how it spreads, but like at this point, anything's possible.
Yes, I had
I've
to
had
tell.
it once, I don't want it again.
Yes, I did too. I had to
Knock
tell.
on wood.
I had to
I'm
tell
a,
someone
I'm a
that
COVID virgin.
you cannot get
So-
COVID through the internet. You can't get it through the phone. I had to tell someone this. Believe it or not.
Really?
I mean, if they watched my Dread game, I can see why they would be worried about that being a possibility.
Yes.
But like,
Yes. But anyway, sorry folks for getting COVID, and happy honeymoon, Sarah. Big news.
I mean, the honeymoon itself was awesome. That was just like some extra luggage, but at least Lufthansa didn't charge me to check it. So
Did
hey.
you know you had COVID on the way home, or did you know when you got
No,
home?
I did not.
Oh man.
I was feeling kind of poopy, but I had just gone off my allergy meds because I was supposed to see an allergist when I got back.
Mm-hmm.
And then the day that we left, we only slept for about 3 hours. We had to get up at 4 a.m.
Ugh.
We had to get up at 3 a.m. to catch the 4 a.m. boat off of Venice over to the airport. And so, like, yeah, I felt real shitty on the way home, but I'd slept for 3 hours and then spent 21 hours traveling. Nobody's going to feel good after that.
Nope.
And then woke up the next morning and Brutus Cat broke a scented candle. And as I was cleaning it up and I picked up the big ball of wax, I went,
Can't smell it.
I can't smell that. Shit. And so I took a home COVID test and like that little line was like, whee! It was like 20 seconds later. I looked down and I was like, oh, fuck. I have COVID.
Oh no.
That sucks.
COVID for us, please.
Yes.
Yeah.
But there
And I
are
was like, congratulations. It's a girl.
That's the worst kind of pregnancy test ever. There are scarier things out there in the world of Dungeons and Dragons than COVID. Not a whole lot of them. But we'll find out more about them as we delve back tonight into Ravenloft, Domains of Dread. And let me give you a recap. You guys ready? Here we go.
Yes.
So, it's been a while. It's been a month, actually. So, previously, on Domains of Dread, after locating the lost seer Radaga in the forsaken land of Falkovnia,
0 stars.
0 star. I don't think you're going to be giving any of these places as we go through. Like, if you give them a single, like, a 1 star, I will be impressed. I'm going to be perfectly fucking honest. Like,
I mean, if we're
wow,
on
they
a
like
sliding
that
scale,
land? Amazing.
Yeah. It's right
I
now,
mean,
Cardiff seems
one
like
star
it's
for
at
the-
least 1 star.
1 star for the
comparatively.
haunted house because I should have died and didn't. So like, that's cool.
Okay.
I got a cool sword.
Yeah.
The haunted house,
Negatives.
negative star for me. It's causing so many problems for me.
But you did actually escape that undead, choked land to return, finally, to your home base of sorts, the land of Dementliu. But, while you were there in Falkovnia, what a time you had. What a time. You faced off against a literal horde of undead, including your absolute number 1 favorite creatures, the Boneless. Let's give him a hand. Oh, that's right. Sorry. Flop. Nobody likes my humor. Fuck you all.
Megan and I flopped back at you.
Thank you. Okay. I didn't hear any laughing, so I'm like, they don't like it. They don't like me. They
We
don't
were
like
busy
my
being
humor.
Muppets.
That's fine. Muppets are good.
Exactly.
You were able to be rescued, however, by none other than the Lord. I should call her the Dark Lord of that land, Vladeska Drakov, who, with her army at her side, waded through the horde of zombie skeletons and flesh amalgams. Let's call them that. To return Morfenzi to some semblance of order? Question mark. But at what cost? Many citizens and soldiers lay dead, and the land around you was in shambles. And yet, somehow or other, you still seem to be part of Vladeska Drakov's great and never-ending crusade to rid the land of a curse that seemed somewhat self-inflicted, though you didn't really get the details. However, taking your cue from Radaga, you fled to the mists, while Bjorn Horstman disappeared. To what end, you have no idea. However, his feral guards at your heels... Fuck that guy, honestly. His feral
I hope
guards...
you didn't piggyback with us.
You never know.
Oh, we're not murder him this time.
Oh
Two
yeah.
fears.
You're gonna get help. That happens.
It's a DM's favorite thing to hear when their players just hate a villain so much.
That being said, before they ran, Mikmick did say Horseman did nothing wrong.
Oh shit! You can get a T-shirt with that on, Mikmick. That might cause a little bit of a break in the party here. It's like, that guy down there is Anyway, we got an inspiration right off the bat. Ironhead 454. Thank you. We'll get that into the game as soon as we can. That goes to a random player. We'll give that a roll. Let's talk a little bit more about what happened, and then let's consider our recap complete. You fled into the mists and leapt through to safety just in the nick of time, only to land back in the bustling metropolis of Port-a-Lucine. Once there, Radaga picked herself off the ground and said that she seemed to begin to remember something. Oh, that's right. Radaga has a little memory issue, don't you know? Where she's been and why she's disappeared and that sort of thing. Anyway, then she just fell unconscious in the streets. Nothing left to be said there. I'm sure it'll all make sense in the end. Anyways, in more than a little way, folks, especially for some of us, welcome home to you all. And that
So
is
nervous.
where we begin tonight. Are you so nervous? Okay.
I'm so nervous, and Louisa has 4 levels of exhaustion.
That's true. I do remember
Yes.
that Louisa has out of 6. Six levels of exhaustion. You're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just gotta do something about this.
You're a mess. You are a mess. But anyway, let me bring you into the ambiance of that particular city as we bring up the sounds and the smells of that particular city. So as you remember, or at least those of you who were with us at the time, that Port-a-Lucine is a relatively, in terms of technology anyway, compared to some of the other lands that you've been to, I would call it sort of like 19th century, maybe late 18th century in terms of its technology. There's gas lights, horse-drawn carriages, paved, cobbled streets. And I think there might have been, in terms of the dress, it's certainly in that regard, right? You see sort of people walking around with fancy dress and bustles and the whole deal. Wigs are a big deal. Wigs and masks. As you probably already know, Dementliu is a land where nobody really tries to let other people know who they really are in more ways than one. The land of Dementliu is ruled by the Duchess Saidra Donaire from her palace on the Donaire estate, just off the coast of the ports of the Port-a-Lucine, just in the bay there itself. In fact, it's probably best that I just sort of bring everyone to the map, which I'm going to do now. So let me get all the
Yes, I just had to go
opportunity.
back in my notes and I'm like, what did I tell that woman my name was? But I found it. I found my Dementliu alias.
Yes, everybody has.
Didn't you had more than one though?
I
You had
have
one at the map,
two.
and then you had one at the theater.
I have the first one is the one from the ball, which was Contessa Duana of the Five Fathoms.
That's a good one.
And then
Thanks,
Lady
Jane.
Celesta of the Dark Water, I believe, is the one from the theater.
All right, let's make this fun, folks. Let's start with the rolling for whoever gets inspiration. I'm gonna do D4, since it's 4 players, obviously. Moynat is 1, Amnestria is 2, Mikmick is 3, and Louisa is 4. Here it comes. It's 1. Goes to Moynat.
Nice.
Thank you, kind chat friend.
Miss Deadite. Oh man, if a tsunami hits that place, they are screwed. You are correct.
Not me. I can swim.
That's true. That place reminds me of a toilet bowl. Now that I'm looking at the map,
It kind of does.
I see it.
Kind of.
You know what? It
looks
kind of smells like a
bowl.
toilet bowl
Yeah.
in places. So, you know.
Exactly.
Mm.
So let me give
Most
the
cities
players the
do.
full view of all of this city. As you can see, Lucine Bay is to the west, and Pernod, I would say it's a French sounding name, since everything here is French, or at least French adjacent. Pernod Bay to the north, Lucine Bay to the west, and the Sea of Sighs to the south. Beyond what you see here on the map, there are the mists. Everything within Dementlieu is, for sake of argument, within the confines of what you see here on the map. That is Porta Lucine. There are, there are the city grounds proper. To the north of the city are the Tenebrarum. Am I pronouncing that right? Tenebrarum? Tenebrarum? Christ. Tenebrarum Woods. The Tenebrarum
Okay.
Woods. I'm just going to say it real fast so I don't say it right. The Tenebrarum Woods.
The woods. We call them the woods.
The woods. The woods, yes. They're the woods. And of course, there are, fields, houses, let's call them the burbs, outside of town. And as we see here on the map, there are some landmarks here within Porta Lucine, many of which you've seen or perhaps even visited. For example, the Red Widow Theater, for some of you. The Donaire Estate here on the island itself. You've passed by the Mother of Tears Cathedral, which is this enormous building here in the center of the city. The Great Library, which you were asked at one point to go and return a book to. Unfortunately, didn't get the chance.
Yes, I don't think we did that
You
yet.
did not. It's probably like the
Think of
late
the late
fees. The late fees is so enormous. There's something called the Palace of Enlightenment here, all over to the western side of Dementlieu, which none of you perhaps have given much thought to or even been to. The Lord Governor's Manor, which is actually here, this sort of amazing looking edifice here. Kind of looks like the Louvre, actually, in the way it's set up here with this sort of sea-like building here. And then other buildings that you've seen, like the hospital. There's something called the Bonneville Museum of the Sea, which is here, over here on the coast. The Delacourt Shipping Industries, which is obviously run by the Delacourt family, over here, down to the south. The Palace of Ethers Park, which is over here. It's a beautiful little park, which I think you
That's
guys
where I-
actually did go to. That's correct, yeah?
We have been there. I have played music
Yeah.
in that park several times for
Have
money.
Yes,
indeed,
yes.
because directly across from it is the Mousel building, and directly across from the Mousel building, right about here, is the Chateau of Alanic Ray, who
I
is
thought we
your
agreed the
patron.
Mousel building
Yeah,
wasn't
the Mouse
Was
building
the
was.
chateau.
and we were
but-
using the Mousel building for
As
Oh,
the
that's right.
chateau. I
For his
believe
chateau.
that's what we did. Yes,
That's correct. Yes, we are using it for all intents and purposes. The Mousel building is the reappropriated chateau of our esteemed patron Alanic Ray and his partner. Something I actually didn't even notice until now is that there's a house of wax right over here, right outside the city walls.
Yeah.
Anyone ever
You
see
don't want to go there in the summer.
Anyone ever see that old movie Waxwork? That old 80s horror movie?
Yes, so good.
Weird movie. Okay.
All right, well, I suppose we best not leave her lying in the street, hmm?
Everyone's just like,
I think Mikmick will say the old classic line is, "I'm too old for this shit."
there.
Moynot's going to look at him, just kind of roll her eyes. As
Louisa is-
decidedly the oldest person here by several hundred years at this point.
That is true.
Well, I think Mikmick and Moynard are about the same age.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Moynot is literally so old she doesn't know how old she is. So
Yeah. Well, I was, though it hasn't been revealed yet, Mikmick's probably in his third decade.
Decade?
Third decade?
Second
Century?
I mean,
Third century, sorry.
Okay.
Third century, yeah. Third century.
I was
sorry.
like,
Oh,
Louisa's
he
in her
does not
third
look good.
decade.
Mikmick looks good for
Third century.
his age, but it looks bad for third decade.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, Moynat
That's
straight up doesn't even know how old she is. She's that old. So
That's fair.
All right, so
She's just kind of frantically putting the armor she took back on. Grumbling to herself.
okay.
Louisa
it's
is
midday in Port Lucine. As you guys remember, it was
And
sort of like
Radaga's still on the ground.
still on the ground. Anyone pick her up?
I was gonna pick her up. if
Okay, yeah,
possible.
you sort of get under
Even
her.
though I'm the shortest in the
It's
group,
hilarious.
but I
She
think
just like flops over.
I'm definitely
Weekend at
the
Radaga
weakest in this
style.
group. So
who has highest strength in this group?
not me.
not
I
right
think
now. I don't.
I have.
I think it might be me, but I'm not touching her.
Yeah,
I have an 8.
I have 10.
Mine is a 13, but Louisa
damage.
is currently leaning down, like leaning on her broom, just trying to like get her breath back after running, but while also just eyes darting around, trying to figure out where she is, what she's going to do, where she needs to go, and when she does get her breath back, she's not even hearing anything that's going on with the group with Radaga. She's just her hands go to her hair, and she's just trying to like finger comb her hair, and her hands are shaking, and she's braiding her hair, and she just starts muttering
I hate to
to
do
herself.
this to you, Louisa.
Mm-hmm.
Take a stress point.
Oh, good. On top of everything else. Yeah.
Yep.
You haven't
Just
gotten through.
one.
This is not one of your seeds of fear, but I'd say just
it's
the
not.
actual,
Just
coming back. Well, coming through
Yeah.
the mists. It is not the kind of feeling that you expected. How about that?
yeah, no. It's not.
So looking at Louisa clearly freaking out and Amnestria frantically putting her armor back on, I'll just look at Mikmick and say, well, to anyone, I guess it's you and me.
I think we
Let's try
should
to get her
back
to Alonix
Alonix.
as quickly as possible, yeah.
Agreed.
All right.
And will I need to roll strength to carry Radaga? Or
I'm going to go ahead and say
I mean-
no because she's not resisting.
Okay.
So between you and Muadnhait,
Between
I
the
would say,
two of us,
yeah,
okay.
it's not a. It's unless you like want to do something special that you just
No,
carrying
I don't
body.
need to make this into a comedy of errors. I just want to get her off the street.
Yep.
Yeah.
Where
Well-
did we land, out of curiosity?
Yeah, you're in an alleyway just off of, and I'll ping you guys where you are. I would think probably Louisa. Like if you poke your head out, you know the avenue that this alleyway is off of.
Yeah.
And it is off the street of Salons, which is the sort of large commercial district avenue. And it is right here, right in, sort of in between.
Oh, we're way up
Okay.
there.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
way up
in
there.
between the Great Library over here. And you look to the right and you see the towering edifice of the Great Library. And then beyond it, to the west, the Mother of Tears Cathedral, which is just enormous. Like, it's the biggest building in the entire city.
Yep.
And you can hear the bells from here.
Does anyone remember what do we say when the bells ring? What, I've been gone so long.
Oh, it's something about
May
the...
the Duchess favor us all.
Oh, yes, that's right. May the Duchess favor us all.
All right. It's definitely changed since the last time I was here then. All right. May the Duchess favor us all. May the Duchess favor us all. May the Duchess favor us all. And she's just trying to get her hair into some semblance of presentability.
Okay.
Well, looking down at the unconscious Radaga, well, it does seem to me that considering we're carrying an unconscious seer through the streets, it might behoove us to stick to the side streets as we make our way to Alonix. Yes?
Yes. We should
Yeah,
stay out of
that's-
sight. That's good. That's a good plan. Yes.
I would very much like to avoid people right now.
Sorry, could you say that again, Amnestria?
I would like to avoid people. I don't want to touch any. I don't want anyone to touch me. I don't want to touch them.
Right.
Streets are unpopulated, please.
Very good. Let's move. And helping Mikmick lug the unconscious body of Radaga, start making my way through the side streets, sort of parallel to the Street of Salons without going onto it unless absolutely necessary,
Okay.
to Alanik's house.
So I guess the goal is not necessarily be seen.
Mm-hmm.
So
Not to
it's-
draw attention to ourselves. Like
Okay.
not necessarily we're not sneaking through the shadows, but
I'd say it's kind of the
But
same
just- yeah.
difference, honestly. It's just
Okay,
like one
that's
level above. So I'll give you advantage,
Yeah.
honestly.
Or we could say that we're going on the stealth option of like making it look like Radaga's just completely drunk.
You could
and
do
just
that.
Passed out.
You choose to do that. It's either way. You tell me. If you want to sort of sneak through the side streets and not be necessarily noticed overtly, I will give you the option to do a group stealth check with advantage. Or if you want to utilize the whole Weekend at Bernie's / drunk Radaga option, then somebody has to roll me a performance check.
Louisa would rather not be seen.
Well,
I was going to say
here's
I can roll the
thing.
performance check, but if we want to do group stealth, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with either option, but just obviously we're trying to mostly keep out of sight.
Just two things. If we did the group stealth, two of us are in medium heavy armor, so we'll both have disadvantage on stealth checks.
But he's giving you advantage, so that would cancel it out.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I already have disadvantage on ability checks.
Yes, that's
Yes,
true.
so
No. I pretty much
So-
have disadvantage on everything, plus a -1.
Oh,
so
yeah.
a straight roll for three of us at least.
That's true.
Yeah.
So is that what you'd prefer to do, everyone, or do you want me to roll a performance check and play Weekend at Bernie's? Whatever that
What's your
means.
performance?
Performance check. Probably
9.
Sure.
She's the bard, so
Yeah. Performance, please.
she's a bard. Enough said.
All right then.
So you guys go out into the middle of the street.
18. I mean, we're not parading her around.
No, you're like,
but-
hey, everyone, look at Radaga. Tell me what you're saying. Why not? As you bring Radaga's body into the street, I'm assuming like you don't carry her by her. Do you carry her by your feet, or do you put it like drape her arm over your? Like, what do you do? Tell me. Describe.
I think we
Well,
sort
I
of
was thinking that Mikmick would take up most of the weight somehow.
Okay.
put her arm around my shoulders, and then Mikmick can have her legs, but still have her be like kind of upright as opposed to
It's-
being
Yeah.
splayed out.
Is
Louisa
Mikmick
will
on your-
help by taking one of her wine bottles and just dumping it down Radaga's front
Awesome.
a little bit so that it
But I'm
smells
also
there.
gonna sort of
of wine. Yeah.
I'm gonna try to cover Radaga's face though, so it's not obvious who she is. She just looks like a person.
Do you still have Radaga's mask?
Hold on just for 1 sec, folks.
Do we still have what?
Radaga's mask.
Oh, the black mask that we found at the party. Yeah, I think I do.
Yeah.
Ah, kitty! God damn it! There's a cat on my mouse. Ah.
Is Radaka wearing a skirt?
I'd say she's wearing actually it looks like a skirt. Yeah.
You put Mikmick
long
under there to
skirt.
control her legs.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
That's
So much for not making this a comedy of errors. I tried.
I asked, and I received. You know, that's what it is. Yeah, like
After Louisa finishes sprinkling wine on there, she takes like 3 deep swigs of wine herself and just
Okay.
puts the hands still shaking, puts the bottle away, and just kind of like tries to school her features into something resembling calmness. So,
I will put Radaga's mask that I actually have from the ball back on her face, her little velvet mask.
There you go. Okay, cool. Very cool.
And then, as we're moving, just, just kind of quietly saying to her, like, all right, dear, we're almost home. Come on, a few steps further.
one person sort of sees you. Most people just sort of either laugh a little bit, like give a little bit of, like a laugh of scorn, like ha ha ha, ha. Mm-hmm. And then just like keep walking. Another couple sort of like, oh, how, the thought of it. And then one person sort of looks over, sort of like sticks his nose, goes, oh, you've been at the Duchess's.
Yes, I'm afraid she has. Her father's terribly worried about her. We're just looking to get her home.
Oh, you next time you go to the Duchess's, you tell them Frederick says hi.
I will certainly do that, Frederick. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's not
Now,
my
if you'll
name. My name
excuse
isn't
us-
Frederick.
Okay, no, I'm just going to keep moving right on past him.
Okay. You guys walk through the streets of Dementlio and finally arrive within sight of the Atlantic Ray Chateau.
When they get to the chateau, Louisa stops and takes a couple of steps away in another direction and then stops and then turns around and walks in with the rest of the group.
Okay. Yeah, I think as you guys sort of come within sight of the chateau, you see that I mean, for some of you, certainly a welcome sight. Right? You've been there before. The gate is still closed, unfortunately. It's not open, just to everybody. And there is there's a small, this is something you didn't notice before because actually Cabe brought you in, but there's a small sort of like circular stone on the outside pillar of the gate. And underneath it says, press here for entry on the stone itself. Solicitors
Nope.
not encouraged.
I'll push the stone.
Okay. You press the stone, it sort of glows for a second, and then you hear like a crackle of static, and then you hear a voice that says, if you're selling something, we don't want any, please go away.
Alonic, damn it, let us in.
Good heavens. Why not? Is that you?
Yes, and I have someone here you'd like to see, and we'd love to get her off the street before she falls down again.
Arthur, they're back. Yes, I know. Well, I can't do it from here, from my damn chair, Arthur. You're going to have to... We'll send Cabe.
Oh.
I don't know where Cabe is. Oh,
Muadnhait
blast
is
it all to
just
hell.
clenching her
The
fist.
gate.
There is a, the door opens past the gate that you see, and out, literally leaps Cabe Whippoorwill. And I'm going to bring you to that scene.
Huzzah!
Huzzah!
Here I am.
And there we are. And let me center the map again so everybody can see what's going on. Okay. So yes, Cabe opens the door, runs out to the gate, runs to your position, and taps 3 bricks on Cabe's side of the gate, and the gate. You hear a unlocking mechanism, and the gate begins to hinge open. And Cabe says, "Oh, I am so glad you guys are safe. Holy mother of my mother. Is that..." And she is
Yes.
staring, they are staring, I should say, at Radaga.
Would you some
Small
help?
one, you are a sight for sore eyes.
I think we need to get her inside as quickly as possible. She's
Well,
just
Yes,
passed out.
please.
Oh my goodness, what happened?
As soon as we stepped out of the mists, she said she started to remember something, and then boom.
Don't like a sack of spuds.
Oh wow. Yeah. Hold on one sec. Let me give you a little hand. Cabe runs over and puts their weight underneath Radaga's arm on the other side and enables you to come into the house. By sort of, you know, just like she just they just shove themselves in there and just like, come on, let's go. And Cabe walks into the house with Radaga in tow. As Cabe and the rest of you actually walk in, Cabe says, "Could you shut the door? Just shut the. I mean, Atlantic hates it when I let the air in."
I will close the door.
Okay.
Yep.
And you do so like so. Boom. Okay. When you shut the door, you hear the sound of the inimitable sound of wheels scraping along wood. Let me just change the outside to inside.
So I'm assuming we're just going to prop up Radaga on this centerpiece.
Yeah, just
Whatever it
just
sit her down at least.
I'm pretty sure there's a sofa right through these doors.
yeah. I mean, you guys, Cabe sort
Or
of.
we can go in the naked room.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, as Cabe's like, you know, trying to prop up Radaga, you do hear the sound of footsteps and the sound of wheels, and you know that. I mean, clearly, to be Atlantic and Arthur. Just bring them back. There we go. Yeah, Atlantic and Arthur come out from some room on the first floor, and they see Cave sort of struggling with Radaga's form, and Arthur just runs like right over and grabs Radaga under under her the small of her back, and then lifts her under her legs. So he's just carrying her, you know, Frankenstein style. No pun intended. And says, "Oh, blast. Atlantic, the study." And Atlantic says, "Of course, Arthur. Yes, please, bring her." And Arthur brings Radaga out of sight. Atlantic looks at the four of you and says, "By Jove, it's good to see you all. Cabe, do see to our guests' refreshments. I'm sure they've had a tiring journey and quite a dangerous one from what I understand." Cabe says, yes, of course, Atlantic. I'll be right back. And he runs out the room off to what you assume to be the place where you get refreshments.
I, for one, am in need of a bath. And I'm just going to start walking up the stairs. I'm like unbuckling armor as I go, dropping it on the stairs behind me, doesn't care, just wants to get clean.
Okay.
So covered in mud.
Yep. Atlantic sort of watches you go upstairs and says, "Well, that's a woman who knows what she wants."
Speaking of know what she wants, can I use your closet with the supplies in it, please?
Ah, of course. My home is your home. Amnestria.
Just gonna go with that then. Is it locked?
Which closet are you referring to? Like...
The supply closet.
Oh, the supply. Well, are you talking about the item supply closet, or like where he
Yes,
he outfitted you? Yeah, that's over here.
Yes.
Okay. let me
Yeah,
just-
I wasn't sure if the door was locked.
The door is in fact locked. But Atlantic sort of hears you jiggling the door, and then sort of wheels over. And he's like, "Oh, you meant that closet." I see. Of course. And he takes out a ring of keys from his pocket, unlocks the door, and enables you to open that particular door to that room.
I'm going to give him a wide berth. Just like stand back against the wall.
Understandable. Okay. So you see inside that closet, it's got all kinds of stuff in there. It's got gear and weapons and armor and various things some of which you actually haven't had the chance to really look into that much. You see a strange sort of a strange-looking helmet, a mask that doesn't look like any of the ones that you've ever seen in Demantliu or otherwise. You see looks like a giant like water pitcher or jug. You see something in a crate, which is like half open, but it's not completely open, which is "Do not touch," like stamped on the side.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna touch the crate.
Touch it. You want to touch it? You also see like a mirror. And you see-
I'm gonna rip off my cloak and just throw it over the mirror.
throw it over the mirror. Yep.
Yeah, the cloak is completely screwed.
Oh yeah, it's probably busted.
I imagine her clothing is completely just ruined at this point, so she's just looking for some things to change into.
Okay. You don't see a whole lot of like garments per se. You see armor, but not a lot of clothing. But I think Alanic probably like sees you like disrobing. He's like, "Oh, I'm averting my eyes. I'm averting my eyes."
All this is called stripping down. Honey.
My dear,
What is this?
if it's garments that you wish to put upon yourselves, I do have some from a recent expedition to a faraway land that I do take as sort of a souvenir. It may fit you.
Yeah, I just need to change to something that covers more of me, please.
More of you, yes, absolutely. This will certainly cover more of you. It's upstairs.
Where's it? Okay. Gonna like take a pair of leather boots and some gauntlets and just wander upstairs then.
Okay. Great. So, over to the two of you, Louisa and Mikmick. What are you guys up to?
Pretty much as soon as the door closed behind them, Louisa just sat down on the step right there, but wasn't so much sitting down as her legs just give out completely, and she just goes down hard and is basically just sitting there desperately trying to gather herself and trying to figure out what to do next. She's gotten as far as she ever let herself dream, and now she doesn't, and she just says, I don't know what to do. I wasn't supposed to. I don't know. And she just starts like hyperventilating a little bit, and is just sitting on the stairs, just shaking and mumbling to herself.
And at that point, Mikmick will come up to her and just place a hand on her shoulder and say, "It's been a big couple of days for you. You still okay?"
I don't know. There's so much that I don't know. Where's what's the younger gentleman's name? He was supposed to try to deliver a message. If I know if the message got through, then maybe I'll know what to do next. And she's just kind of losing it a little bit.
And the little one's Cabe.
Cabe.
Cabe Whipple. He probably would, or they would have probably done it. But there was another question I wanted to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
I've been pondering it the past few days. I may be able to make that skin mask not look more like a skin mask and looks like something more appropriate for this kind of place.
She just wordlessly, ever since they got back, she had been wearing it when she went through the mists, and when they got through, she had just pulled it from her face, and I think she just kind of like has been clenched. It's been clenched in a fist, and so she just holds it out to you, but she can't quite get her fingers to unclench around it. So if you reach for it, you are actually going to have to like pry her fingers open to take it. But she is offering it to you.
And Mikmick will gently place his well, he's still in his fully armor, so he'll retract his armor, so he puts his actual hand on top of her clenched hand, and I just may need you to pick out some fabric you like. I'm not sure how much you remember of this place, but you may be able to find a fabric store, and then I could maybe put some of that
Right.
fabric inside of it, and I'll make up a few sketches tonight and research on how I can maybe modify it without affecting the enchantment on it. But
Thank you. If I go home, if they haven't done away with all of my things, I have scraps of material at home. I'm used to mending. I'm used to trying to. I have material I don't. And she just starts crying.
and at that point, Mikmick will just embrace her as best he can, even though he's basically half her size. I think
Well,
she
she is
needs a good
sitting.
hug.
So,
Yeah. So he's probably standing, and
yeah.
but he'll give her a nice tight hug.
She stiffens. Uh, no one has given her a hug in 7 years. And that just kind of like makes her
Yeah.
cry more. And then she just wraps her arms around you, and just you can feel her fingers like clawing, not to hurt you, but just kind of like she's hanging on to you as if you can physically keep her in this world, and you're the only one who can, if that makes sense. And just
And,
cries.
can I do something that's cinematic but not?
Sure.
Because I want to say that the logo on his fist palm has been glowing the past few days that allows him to have those draconic wings.
Mm-hmm.
Just for a bit of fun, I'm gonna have that activate again and just embrace them both at the same time.
The little girl, you said?
No?
Oh, what did you say it was, though?
It's part of his feat that he got for level 4 is a pair of draconic wings emerges from his
Okay.
back, and
Oh.
they're intentionally intended
Oh.
to.
The wings wrap around you both like
I
that.
see. I
Yeah.
see. Oh,
That's great.
that's really sweet.
It's as I said, it's more cinematic, and it does use one of his feats, but not for its intended purpose.
That's really
Understandable.
sweet.
When the wings retract, Mikmick, and the two of you sort of like look at each other, you note that Cabe is standing there at the front of the hallway. Let me get Cabe. Where did Cabe go? There he is.
He's run away.
He's run away.
Again.
There he is. There.
Damn rogues.
Yeah, Cabe is standing there, and they look at the two of you, and they say, "Hi, I got drinks."
Thank you. Louisa wipes her face as clean as she can, probably smearing blood everywhere.
Well, I mean, when you think about it, Mikmick's probably still got the face full of gnats.
Gross.
Gnat bodies.
Oh, I forgot about that.
The gnats. The
Yeah.
gnats. The gnats. No, not the gnats. Is like that scene with not the bees, not the bees. Cabe, hands they have a tray of drinks, 4 drinks. They seem to be mugs of ale.
Louisa will take it and she's back into Metlu now, so normally she'd just throw it back, but she smells it first to try to check out the quality of it.
Sure.
Does it?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
Has it been spiked?
Mm.
No, it's just you gotta be careful what you. Ooh,
18.
18. Oh wait,
He knows their alcohol.
17.
Oh, that's right. 17.
17 because of the stress. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is that it? Yeah, that's
disadvantage?
Disadvantage.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
kind of natural
Yeah.
20.
Because of big
Yeah,
exhaustion.
you look at take a long look at this foaming mug of ale, and you're like,
Mhm.
I mean, it's not Mikkelbrow.
No.
But it's
That's
pretty,
alcoholic.
it
That's the important
seems
part.
like it may dull the pain somewhat.
Okay, great. So she takes it and she tries to get her hands to stop shaking as she drinks a little bit of it, and then she stands up and if Mikmick will allow, she'll just kind of reach for his hand and just hold it as she turns to face Cabe, and she says, "Were you able to get a message to my husband?"
Cabe's eyes flit from yours to Mikmick's, and they say, I think you and I need to talk about that alone.
Her knees give out again.
Oh, crap.
Immediately, she goes she just
Cave's
goes straight back
I'm
down.
sorry. I mean, I don't mean to be so shoot.
Well, Mikmick will try and catch.
She's not lost consciousness. It's just her knees gave out.
This is not like a fainting spell.
Yeah.
Right.
He's not a fainting goat.
No.
Yes.
No, she's
She just keeps fainting. I don't know what's the problem. Cabe says, I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad. I need to talk to you about it. It's something we need to talk about. And no offense,
You
Big
need
Mick. This
some
is kind of
privacy?
if that's okay.
Yeah, I've got to go to the study to make up some designs anyway.
Thanks.
You be okay there, Louisa?
Yeah, Louisa lets go of your hand and is kind of just self-consciously holding the beer, which she probably spilled all over herself. And just goes, yes, of course, thank you. That's very kind.
As you turn to leave, Mikmick, Cabe swivels and it's take your drink. Come on. Didn't get this for
He'll
nothing.
grab the drink and
Jeez.
he'll grab one of the drinks, and he'll just say, "I think
Studies back there.
Amnestria is in." Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Muadnhait's upstairs.
Yeah, I know.
Having a bath.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. When they come down, we'll be someplace else.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just head to the study.
Thank you.
No, I think the study was across this way, wasn't
Yeah, the study is actually to the right and south. There you go. You found it.
Yeah, there you go.
Good job, Mikmick. You know this place like the back of your hand.
it? Literally.
Is there only one bath in this house?
No, there are 2.
Okay, good. All right.
Ooh, fancy.
I know. Well, there's the
Would
guest
Amnestria know where the
bath.
second one
The
is?
guest bathroom. The primary bathroom is the one that you have not yet seen because there's some some mechanisms that will allow not only Arthur but also Alanic to utilize the bath, being a particular position that he's in. It takes, Arthur doesn't like to pick him up all the time, so he has ways of getting Alanic to cleanse himself. But the guest bathroom is a standard bathroom, a clawed bathtub.
The guest bathroom is the one that Moynot sleeps in.
Moynot's in.
That's the one that she's in.
So,
Yes.
yeah.
Great.
Yeah, so are you trying to say, Amnestria, you're like, do I have to wait for fucking Moynot to get out of the bathtub?
You can knock on the door
like-
and tell Moynot you need a bath.
It's a big bathtub.
I feel like my knot would be like, yeah, you can join me.
Yeah,
Like,
I know.
big bathtub. It's a 2-person bathtub.
That is a
Oh,
terrible
hey.
idea.
There's bubbles and scented oils too, so I mean, like, go for it. Some candles. Do the thing. It's cool.
Yeah.
It's a mature stream.
Is it a big bath?
I think she's worried about touching Moynot if they're in a bathtub.
Oh, yeah.
together.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
That is a terrible.
I mean, Moynot's pretty tall and it's big enough for her to sleep in, but still probably maybe not.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it. Anywho, Louisa, let's finish off your little mise en scène. We're going to Cabe looks at you and says, let's go to the dining room. I'll shut the door.
Okay.
Cabe
All right.
walks to the back, goes through the hallway and into the dining room to the south. Or
Okay.
sorry, to the north, I should say. As you enter the dining room, you sort of look off to your left because there's some, like, with your passive perception so goddamn high, it's pretty hard not to notice that there is, in fact, literally a severed hand that, like, was sort of like flat down, but then floop, like pops up onto its fingers and like starts walking around and like jumps up on the table, like bloop. And
Is
Cave's.
that what?
Oh, it's cool. It's just Handrick.
Just Handrick. Oh,
Yeah.
Handrick. They said something about Handrick. All right. They meant a literal hand. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, Handrick.
Handrick, I know, like, Cabe's looking at Handrick and going, and he's like literally talking, even though it's, I mean, unless a mouth suddenly appears in the palm, there's no way for like Handrick to communicate except maybe with hand signals. But Cabe goes, Handrick, listen, and talking to Handrick like as if Handrick could talk back. And Handrick says nothing, of course, because Cabe is only talking to Handrick and not you. And Cabe says, Handrick, we've got a like a private conversation. Would you mind if we just? Handrick sort of like plops down, like looks at Louisa, and meaning looks, meant like it sort of like swivels towards you, swivels back towards Cabe, plops down on the table and goes, scuttles onto its fingers and then walks away.
Louisa just kind of, as he leaves, just kind of waves. And she's in a bit of a state of shock. She doesn't quite know what to do with that information.
Understandable. Completely understandable. Cabe then shuts the door to make sure that no one enters the premises. And then leaves some space for you. Sort of pulls out a chair, sits down across from you.
She sits.
And Cabe says, I want to be clear that what I'm going to say to you may come as a bit of a shock, but I think you'll find it to be, I guess, I wouldn't say pleasant, but it's sort of a big question mark. But I don't want you to like freak out or fall over or something, because I'm not equipped for that. Really am not.
I promise to do my best.
I appreciate that. Just for clarity and for certainty, you told me to try to find your husband. And I
Jack,
want to be
yes.
yes, Jack. Last name?
Potsdam.
Right, Potsdam. Potsdam. Good. Check and check in my mind. Okay. While you were gone, I did a lot of research. There's a lot of Jacks. Not so many Potsdams. It's certainly not a Demently you would name. Not quite sure actually where he's from. Didn't get really the chance to ask. So I did find in the Hall of Records a Jack Potsdam who lives just south of, and takes out like a piece of paper from their hand and says, let's see. Yes, just south of Chateau Faux, which is like this big, I don't know, have you been here? I'm assuming you've been here. I don't know if you've been here. Anyway, Chateau Faux is like a large swath of countryside to the north of the city. There's a whole bunch of like estates and farms and villages and stuff like that, and they bring their goods into this. Anyway, I'm really talking too much. I'm so sorry. Anywho, Jack Potsdam has a cottage, small cottage, just like on the outskirts of Chateau Faux. So I'm like, great. Oh, she's gonna be so happy. Wanted to make sure though, so took a trip while Lannick and Arthur were talking to a few folks here in the chateau about some kind of mission or something like that. Not you folks, a couple of other different people. I don't know what that was about. But anyway, went to Chateau Faux, or south of it, outside the city, found this guy Jack, his house anyway, knocked on the door. Guy's really, he's a good-looking guy, gonna be honest. Opens the door, what eyes! Oh my goodness, like beautiful. His eyes are like crystal blue. If this is him, I mean, I'm assuming it's him. I can't be sure because I said Jack Potsdam, and he says, I'm assuming maybe it was him. I'm not sure. Again, he says, "Who's asking?" And I said, "My name's Cabe Whippoorwill. I'm here. I'm here. I'm trying to find someone named Jack Potsdam. There's this woman named Louisa." As soon as I said the word Louisa, he slammed the door. So I thought that was weird. So I knocked again. I said, "Excuse me, are you Jack? Are you, hello? Is there anybody in there named Jack? Are you, did I get the wrong address?" And then he said something which I really, I mean, I'm not sure if this is good news or bad news. But I mean, I guess I have to tell you because this is what he said. He said, "Tell Louisa don't ever come here." I don't know if that's bad news though, Louisa. I don't really, like, it sounds bad, I know, but the way he said it, I can't really sort of impart it to you, but it sounded like he was like really upset. Like he didn't say it angry. He sounded really like, almost like he was gonna cry.
All right. Did you see anyone else? I don't know. I don't know why he would say something like that. That's
This is your husband?
yes.
What a jerk.
He's not usually. But I don't know. I have been gone for a very long time. Maybe he's.
What do you mean you've been gone for a very long time?
I was. I've been gone for 7 years, and I was taken. I was transported. I don't know. I just know that I woke up in Cartacus. Did you see anyone else? Was there anyone else that you saw with Jack? Because the eyes, that sounds so much like his eyes, and
Louisa, calm down for a sec. Take a breath.
all right.
Take a breath. It's going to be okay. It's all going to be okay. We're talking. This is just information. Okay?
Yes. Yes.
If you're asking me if I saw anybody else, I didn't have a whole lot of time to look. You opened the door for like 5 or 6 seconds. So, I mean, did I see anybody while he opened the door? No.
All right. And he said, don't ever come here, don't ever come back.
He didn't say come back, he just said tell Louisa not ever to come.
All right. And he sounded scared, sad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is a lot to take in.
Yeah, I guess it kind of sounded scared. I'm not really the best judge of voices of people, but I mean, yeah, sad for sure. Not angry. Sad.
All right. It is, as you said, it is information. I can make decisions with information. Thank you
You're welcome.
for delivering the message. I do appreciate that. I have a bit of gold. Can I give you anything?
Oh,
for
no,
for the trouble?
Louisa. And like Kay puts their hand on yours and says, I just want to make sure you're okay.
No, I'm not.
But you will be.
Perhaps. I'm sorry. It's a lot to take in, and I'm
Can I say something without you getting upset?
unlikely, but continue.
You're a mess.
Yes.
You need like a lot of you need a break.
Yes.
You need to just convalesce, relax. You need to do what Radaga's doing right now. Sleep it off.
Sleep.
My people really have kind of a very different attitude towards fear and anxiety and stress and all that, and all the things that come with it. Many of the ailments that we feel in our life can be cured with certainly the right attitude. And like Cabe flashes a smile. But more importantly, the right people around you and the right amount of sleep.
Yes. Sleep. I haven't slept in days at this point.
Oh my goodness. Wow, that's a lot. I mean,
Yes. Is there? I'm sorry. I don't even know our hosts. I've actually never met them. But is there a place that I can sleep? Yes.
oh yeah,
that
I mean,
sounds-
Lanik and Arthur have guest rooms aplenty upstairs. I think they've got 4 or 5 guest rooms. Yeah.
Right. Could you show me to one? I think
Sure.
you're right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sleep.
Okay. I mean, you want to go now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Cabe hops up from the table, opens the door, and shows you to the stairs.
Great. As they pass the tray of drinks, Louisa will take whatever is left on that tray and just down them.
Fantastic.
And then
One of them
follow
is
Gabe.
missing because Moynat has come downstairs.
All right.
Whatever is
Moynat,
left.
Where are you,
Moynat is
Moynat?
literally. I was gonna say, like, as you come out, the sight you are confronted with is Moynat is sitting cross-legged on the floor in sort of the foyer.
Like over here?
I guess I
Or
should have
over
brought
here.
myself downstairs, right?
That's okay.
Yeah, like right here. Sort of like next to the stairs,
Okay.
just on the floor. Okay, I'll put, like there, but on the floor.
Okay.
She is wearing Claudiu's red ruffled shirt from
the
party. And nothing else, just the red ruffled shirt. And sitting on the floor with the like a half-finished mug of ale on one side of her, and she's cleaning her armor, just sitting on the floor of the foyer because it's good a place as any.
Fantastic.
Louisa.
So
just-
she'll kind of look up and see that you're a mess as you're going by, and then just nod to you and go back to cleaning all the muck off of her armor.
Louisa will nod back and continue to follow Gabe up to whatever bedroom is deemed available for her.
Cabe comes out, sort of nods at Moynat like this is normal, and then just sort of like shows you up the stairs to the bedroom. Now there is no second floor map, so we've just sort of
That's
been
fine.
making our own imaginary world of the second floor of this particular chateau up in our minds. We definitely know there are 2 bathrooms. We definitely know that there are 5 guest bedrooms besides Atlantic and Arthur's bedroom. And so that's where we are.
Great. She will try to at least wash her hands and her face in like whatever water basin is in the room, because I assume the bathroom's full right now. And then she'll just strip off all of her clothes and just fall into bed and just clutch the silver stone around her neck and the light strap and pray she doesn't dream.
Okay. Roll a d20.
Oh boy. Eight.
Okay. Let's switch to somebody else's perspective for now. Mikmick, you've gone into the study with a candlestick. It's of course festooned with papers and books and letters and envelopes and a very comfy looking, although somewhat old chair over here. Let's bring it over to where people can see. And yeah, I mean, anything you want to do in the study? I know that you were planning on doing some stuff.
Yes. At the moment, just Mikmick is just sketching out some designs for how he can modify the that mask into maybe making it look more like a cow or
Did you say a cow?
a cow.
Oh, cowl.
A cow.
Cowl.
I
like-
also heard cow and was
Yeah.
very confused for a second.
Yeah, it's cow with a block nose. Cow.
It turns from a flesh mask to a cow mask. I'm like,
Yeah,
what
cow.
the fuck? This is not better. Okay.
But either a cowl or, depending on how much he can modify it, even just turn it into a pair of goggles of the night.
Ah. Now, the current item that has been used by Louisa is it is a magical item. I believe we called it what did we say? It was goggles of something. What did I give it to you?
Hold on, I'm trying to see what I wrote down. Doomseer
Doomseer's
lens.
lenses.
Doomseer's lenses, which I
Yeah.
think had the same effect as some other magical item, which was
Goggles of the night.
which goggles of the night. So essentially,
Yes.
what are you doing? I mean, this is you're altering the item to be the same. Then
Basically, yeah. But
but no longer a human skin.
Fair.
Yes.
So I'm thinking, like, as long as you're not changing the magical utilization of that item, then cosmetically you can do whatever you'd like.
well, that's the fun thing is, one of the Mikmick's infusions is replicate magical item.
Ah, that's right, Artificer.
And one of the items he can replicate is Goggles of Night.
Okay.
And technically his eye is a Goggle of Night.
Correct.
So he does know how to make Goggles of Night.
Superb.
It's just how he can modify the mask itself so it doesn't make the magical effect go away.
Yeah, I think,
So
honestly,
he may need to go to the library and research a bit.
I don't think so, especially considering you know how to make these items as an artificer.
Yeah.
I think that it's totally fine. You sort of see the mechanism inside the flesh mask, even though like the flesh mask has nothing to do with it. It is literally just these sort of glowing gems that have been pressed up inside and sewn inside the flesh mask. The flesh mask, like, you could take all the flesh off, in fact you probably do. And it's literally just these lenses that have been placed up inside this scarecrow-like mask of flesh that actually enable you to see magically in the dark. So you can just take the flesh mask off and apply it to anything else, and then boom, you got Goggles of Night.
Yeah. Well, I was at the moment, Mikmick's just making up some sketches to later show to Louisa to see what kind of design she prefers. Like if she just prefers like a cowl design, or like maybe more like more like fancy like glasses, or something more in line with a monk's kind of.
Gonna have to think about that.
Yeah.
How the
But
art...
yeah, he'll be just sketching up these designs that he has in his head, and to later bring them up to Louisa to see what she kind of prefers.
All right, cool. Amnestria, you've been upstairs. You've had the opportunity to use the facilities.
Correct.
You've gone into one of the guest rooms and have gone into one of the closets that Alanic made you aware of, and did in fact find a wardrobe that was full of ladies' garments. It's not like a walk-in closet kind of deal, but it's sizable enough that you're able to find blouses and dresses and skirts and hose, boots, etc. So most of them seem to be relatively new, actually. But the make is odd to you. You've never seen anything sort of stylistically like this in any of the lands that you've been to, including your own, including Mordant. It seems much more sort of utilitarian. Tight-fitting, but utilitarian. Definitely not as fanciful, shall we say, as any of the lands that you've been to. Especially
Well, that's exactly what I'm
Demently.
looking for, so...
Yeah. So take what you will.
She'd go and she'd take probably a blouse and some boots and some pants, just a few odds and ends here and there, just to try to assemble an outfit.
Okay. I mean, you're not doing any kind of tailoring or anything like that, correct? So.
She may go back to her. Would there be anything like that in the area, perhaps?
You definitely have seen garments and tailors for sure. I mean, people
meant
buy
the
costumes.
house.
Oh, within the actual abode, within the chateau? No.
Yes. Okay. Well, if there's nothing she can really use to alter them, then she would just take what she can for now and then consider going to a shop.
Sure. Okay. Okay. So day turns to evening. If there's nothing else that you guys want to do that day, I'm gonna go ahead and say that yes, I'm hearing I.
I was I was actually curious if I could search Claudia's room to see if he left anything behind, since why not? Obviously found a shirt of his.
Okay, yes. I'm going to go ahead and say that he, and it's funny because when I spoke to Alex last, he's doing fine, by the way. He's doing really well. I checked in his character sheet to see what he had left. And I thought to myself, what would Claudio, WWCD, what would Claudio leave behind? And I think, based on what I'm seeing in his character sheet that is not of extreme importance, but of somewhat character-specific importance, that Claudio had on his person and probably left behind in the chateau the following items. A tinderbox, several torches, a completely unused water skin, several shirts, stained, several pairs of pants, stained, a fillet knife, meaning a small fillet. Is it pronounced fillet or fillet?
Technically, it depends on what country you're in, I think.
Fillet.
Yeah, he found that in the haunted house kitchen. I
That's
remember
right.
that.
He did indeed.
Yes, he did.
A fillet knife, a mess kit, completely unused, and a couple of bottles of wine.
All right. Perfect.
So that's what you find, Amnestria. Take what you'd like,
Yep.
I guess.
I will do that then.
Okay. Day turns to evening. As I said, evening turns to night. Louisa is asleep. The rest of you are awake, I guess.
Mikmick's gonna stay awake doing all this research.
Researching, Amnestria, looting, Muadnhait, cleaning. Yeah. This is perfect. You guys are all doing your own activities. There is approximately around 7 or there o'clock, a small chime, ding 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 ding, from somewhere in the house, ding 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 ding. And as you listen, you do hear that this chime is coming from the dining room.
I think a meeting's just been called.
Moina will
Mikmick's
stand
gonna
up from where she's cleaning and sort of pad barefoot and pantsless into the dining room to see what's going on.
Mikmick will walk
I assume
in.
it's a long shirt. It probably hits her like upper thighs.
Fair.
Mikmick will walk in.
Okay. Arthur is standing at the front of the table. The table has been accoutered with a variety of foodstuffs, all which seem absolutely delectable. Arthur has an apron on, which says in bright red letters, kill, and then it crossed off kiss the chef. And then you realize that Arthur's not ringing the bell. Handrick is. Handrick is on the table and literally jumping up, ringing, ring, and then back down. Jumping up, ringing, ringing, and then back down.
Moina kind of like pats Handrick when she sees him.
Handrick tries not to take that too personally.
Yeah, that's her way of saying hello.
Of course. Pat someone. When my wife walks in, pat. How you doing? And then you hear squeak, 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 and Alanik comes into the room. Next to Alanik is a very bedraggled and very sort of gaunt-looking Radaga. And Alanik pulls out the chair for her. She sits down next to him. Alanik then sits at the head of the table and says, what the hell? Where's Cabe? Cabe! You hear, Cabe runs. Sorry. How can I help you, sir? We're missing someone. Would you mind toddling off and retrieving our last guest? Of course. Yes, absolutely. Wait, we're missing two. Where's Amnestria? Yes, would you mind retrieving her too? I assume that she's doing something with the clothes that I told her to find herself at home with. Yeah, I'll be back. Arthur says, "Don't dawdle, the food will get cold." Absolutely. I'll be back in 2 shakes. And Cabe sprints off to the 2nd floor. Cabe runs along the hallway and probably spots you first, Amnestria. Checking out the finery, so to speak. And says, Amnestria, the, dinner's, are you hungry?
Not particularly, but
All right.
I'll be done in a minute.
Okay, no problem. Have you seen Louisa? I mean, she's probably still in her room. I have to go check, but I didn't know if she was up.
I haven't seen her.
Okay, no worries. I'll be right back. And Kate sprints off down the hallway and opens the door. Louisa is still on the bed. Louisa?
Is she asleep? Good question.
Louisa is on the bed, but Louisa is tossing and turning. Because
I was afraid of that.
Louisa is having a very vivid dream. I would call it a dream and not a nightmare. Although at the very tail end, it gets kind of scary. Here's what happens. Louisa, you know how in dreams time doesn't really sync up to what we think? That you go to sleep and you'll have these visions, you'll have these dreams, you'll have these nightmares, and then it feels like, how did all these hours pass? Because my dreams seem so short. Louisa, you are walking through a very dark area of the city towards a gate. There is no one on the street. You are alone. The gate, the portcullis opens. And you will feel yourself not walking, but almost like being pulled through to the outside of Portalucine. There is a long road that stretches in front of you. And you hear the sound of horse footprints, horse prints.
Horse hooves.
Horse hooves.
Horse
Hoof prints.
Hoof beats.
Hoof
Hoof
beat.
beats.
The hooves. The sound of
There
hooves.
you go.
I can't fucking talk. Here we go. The sound of hooves.
Okay.
Sounds like it's actually coming from the long road in front of you, but you see nothing. It comes and almost like it goes through you. Like you lose your breath for a sec. But yet you move forward through this area outside of Portalucine, this long road through a wooded glade. And there, how long that takes, you don't know, but there, coming towards you, or you coming towards it, is a small thatched roof cottage.
Okay.
And you put your hand on the doorknob, because you know what's on the other side. And as you turn it, the house disappears. And you hear the sound of weeping. And this weeping is coming from an unknown person, from an unknown place, but it seems to come from all around you. And it is not an adult weeping at all. It is a young girl. And she is weeping and crying wordlessly. And you feel such heartbreak as you move through this endless, vast space with no sign of any object, just black, just the sound surrounding you. And you feel like you're getting closer to the sound because the weeping is getting louder. And then it abruptly stops with an intake of breath. And one word escapes from this young girl's lips. Why? And then you feel a hand on your shoulder. And you grasp at it because it feels cold. And it's Cabe. And Cabe's like, whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! I'm sorry! I didn't mean! You just looked like you were having a really bad dream! So, hey!
Yes. Yes. What? I'm sorry. Sometimes it takes a moment to come out. Yes, Cabe. What do you need?
Cabe looks at you for like 5 seconds and says, dinner?
Dinner. Right. Lisa kind of looks down at, I hope she's got the sheet up around. Probably
She
doesn't.
does. Yeah, she
So
does.
she pulls the sheet up and she goes, are there any clean clothes I can wear to dinner?
Oh, yes. I'll be right back. From a mechanical
Right.
perspective, Louisa, long rest, 1 level of exhaustion gone.
Okay.
Same
Is
thing
the
for the
stress
rest
still
of you.
there?
Stress is also gone after a long rest. It's Muadnhait,
Okay.
Amnestria, Mikmick. Top it off because you guys got a long. Actually, no. You wouldn't get a long rest because you didn't sleep. Sorry, apologies.
No.
Yeah, no, we didn't.
No, you didn't sleep yet.
We got short rest,
Short rest
Yes,
for
you
sure.
did.
Yeah, absolutely. If
so
you
I
wanna
got my
use-
inspo back.
You
That's cool.
certainly did, but yeah, no long rest. Louisa
So
took
that
a nap.
means I get my max HP back, or that
Mhm.
means that I don't
Max
have
HP
to
and half your hit dice
Okay.
back.
half my hit dice back. But for the level of exhaustion that drops me to level 3.
Correct.
So that's I'm trying to. I think I wrote it down out of order.
Okay.
Is that
Do you want to know what the
yeah,
levels of exhaustion are?
yeah? Which one did I lose?
I
Is
think
it all
it's
attack and
advantage.
saving throws are at
You lose
Yeah,
the
I think
worst
so.
one first, right? So
Yeah, I think it's disadvantage. I think.
yeah, your hit point maximum halved one goes away. So your hit point
That's the
maximum
one
goes
that
away,
goes
and
away.
then
Okay.
your hit points go back up to their normal
and
level.
I'm back up. And I also get my key points. Okay. I get half hit dice, and then this goes back up. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So, I assume you come down to dinner and Amnestria like waits. I don't know. She's doing her
I
stuff.
actually kind of figured that Amnestria would have appeared like in the doorway with like some clothing, just,
Yeah,
as Kate was going off.
that's good. That's good. I love it. Fantastic.
I mean, she probably heard like the talking down the hall and just yelling,
Mm-hmm.
so she would have come to investigate.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, you sort of catch the tail end of the conversation. Like, you probably like come into the doorway, and like you just see like Luis is looking at Cabe, and then Cabe looks back at you and goes, "Dinner."
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll see you guys downstairs. Cool. Bye. And then Cabe runs downstairs.
Louisa puts on whatever clothes he gave her, and if you're looking at her, she is very pale. Still does not look like the Louisa that you have come to know.
Are you alright?
No. Not even the slightest bit. Let's have
I understand, but we should have dinner first. And if you want to talk, I mind listening.
Thank you. I probably owe the lot of you a bit of an explanation. But perhaps some food first, and then.
Okay.
Are you all right? I know that you've had a rough go of it.
Well, let's just say that I'm beginning to really wonder if I should still be around here. It's only a matter of time before I touch one of you, and well, you saw what happens when I touch someone, so
Louisa
don't want to do that to you.
Louisa looks at Amnestria with so much sympathy. Not pitying, just in a way that is just trying to convey that she feels for you. And she just says, I don't know that any of us would be here without you. So for me, for now, anyway, and I'm not saying this is going to change, but the good outweighs the bad for me.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
If you need to talk as well, well, we can be basket cases together.
I'd like that. But we should probably go before they come looking for us again.
Probably. I have yet to meet our host, and I'm afraid that they might have seen a great deal of a mental breakdown, and that's a lovely first impression to make, especially here in Dementlu. So,
All right. I'm assuming you two make your way downstairs to the dining room.
that would be correct.
Go for it. Put yourselves.
Louisa very much wants to give Amnestria a pat on the back, fully clothed, but she thinks that might that might be a bit triggering at the moment, so she's not gonna.
Just a bit.
Just know she thinks about it, though.
Yeah.
That's what air hugs are for.
Absolutely.
Not touching you, can't get mad. Not touching you, can't get mad.
I'm gonna go sit over here, not next to Radaga.
Okay, cool. Let me move Radaga. I was gonna move Radaga, but that's cool. I mean, yeah. In fact, let me just place you in the chair. Because everybody needs to have their own chair. Like, Radaga can go over here. And Mikmick can go over here. And Amnestria can go over here. Look at that. And then Arthur sits in the other side. Oh my god, a table for 8! And Handrick, of course, in the middle. Handrick gets his own spot.
Yes.
Cool. Look at that, guys. It's like a family dinner. I love it.
Interesting family.
Very interesting family. Arthur says, "Good that we're all here. Let's see what we've got." Yes, and then opens up the sort of giant silver dome, and of course that wonderful smell underneath is a roast pheasant, which is just absolutely beautiful, smoking with all kinds of delicious juices infused inside. He says, "Now I know that not all of you are carnivores like Alanik and I. So I have this," and he brings out this sort of tray, like sous vide tray, and opens that up, and there is like a beautiful tureen, what seems to be some kind of a soup. And you see that this soup is a cold soup, but it seems to be a very sort of briny, perhaps fish soup. He says, just in the case that none of you are either carnivores or pescatarians, Is it pescatarians, Olenek? Yes, of course it's pescatarians. Yes, those who eat fish. The vegetarians, of course, option, yes? Arthur, as we discussed? Yes, of course, Olenek, yes. Brings over, just opens up another giant tray of just vegetables, all vegetables. Asparagus and peppers and tomatoes. Tomatoes isn't a vegetable, shut up. Like broccoli and like cabbages, like everything under the sun. Just puts it next to the table, and then glasses, of course, are filled with water and with wine. And Handrick does this. He starts snapping. And Alanik takes up the sort of like the clapping. And others like, oh, please. No, it was nothing. I couldn't have done it without Handrick. Of course. Handrick's just like, he gives a little bow, little hand bow.
I love him.
Surprisingly. This is the interesting thing. Handrick sort of sidles up, like crawls across the table, and then crawls up Radaga onto her shoulder. And Radaga sort of like blinks and looks at Handrick and says, do we know each other? And Handrick does something very strange. I don't think you've ever seen him sort of look this way. He sort of deflates a little bit. He just goes, and then Radaga says, I guess we do not.
We found him in your house, so I think you do.
I see. Well, I guess these memories will come back in time. Let us all, shall we eat? Yes? Alanik says, of course we shall eat, but of course, first, a toast. Raises his glass of wine, or water, says, to the finest crew that money can buy. And he smiles. And takes a long drink. To your success, I am very much happy that you have all returned with Radaga in tow. Oh, please, by all means, don't stand on ceremony. Go ahead and eat. Pass around whatever you'd like. What do you guys all
Food
eat?
look okay?
Oh, I mean, make an investigation check if you want. It's fine.
Okay.
Looks great.
Great.
It's food.
She knows what food is like here. So she's a little shaken after her dream, so she just doesn't even care to be rotted, but have maggots in it. She doesn't care.
Oh man.
She takes a little bit of everything.
Okay.
Why not sort of tentatively tries the cold fish soup?
Pretty good.
Decides it's palatable,
Yeah.
and gives herself a hearty serving.
Not bad. Amnestria and Mikmick, what do you guys eat?
I think Mikmick may be a little distracted, still trying to go over designs in his head, maybe sketching down a few things. He may just like grab a lettuce leaf or something like that, just to nibble on while.
A single iceberg lettuce leaf.
Because he's not that hungry, so it's like, just snack.
Yeah, Arthur looks at you and he's sort of a little depressed looking. He's like, I say, man, you're going to just nibble like a rabbit.
Yeah, not that hungry myself.
Oh. Well, more for everyone else, I suppose.
Exactly.
Starts to just take big chunks out of the pheasant, ripping it apart.
Thank you. This all looks lovely.
Amnestria, about yourself.
Amnestria just has a small piece of the quail and not much else.
Okay.
She's just sort of just lightly picking at it, not really eating a lot.
Okay. As you guys all dig in, Atlantic says, "Well, I suppose the time has come to discuss what happened and what is there to do next, I suppose. In the time that we've had tonight, I've certainly been able, obviously, to awaken Radaga after her event, shall we call it, and speak to her as to what occurred and what she can remember, and it's not much, I must say. Somewhat disappointing. However, I do have quite the gift for a relatively new form of, I wouldn't call it necessarily magic, more of psychic science, perhaps you might call it. It's a newfangled addition to my collection of oddities here in my mind palace. Points to his head. I was in a faraway land on an expedition. This land was known as Sri Raji. And within that land, a relatively well-to-do practitioner of this art decided to take me under his wing and acquaint me with this particular practice. And he called it hypnosis, based on the form of language that they have in Sri Raji. Hypnosis, as he calls it, where you put the practitioner of said art in front of the intended subject, and rather than using magic, you utilize a charm, which then places that particular subject into a form of torpor or sleep. And in that state, the psychic aura around the mind of that particular subject can be pierced. Not violently, without the person being willing, but it's almost as if you would be to reach your fingers into the very soup of their mind and pull forth strands of what is necessary to be understood. Of course, this does not work for every single subject, as hypnosis is very much for those who have perhaps a weaker control over their own conscious minds. Those with very strong psychic resistances do not have the ability to be affected upon. So it was certainly my fear that this would not work on such a powerful person such as you, Radaga. Radaga hasn't said anything this whole time. But to my distinct pleasure, it did seem to have some function, and I was able to find out certain things as to what occurred in Radaga's recent past. Not all of the information was apparent to me, however, so I think we'll need some more assistance in that regard from the four of you. But to make a long story quite short, I was able to glean several things whilst Radaga was under hypnosis. And he turns to a notepad, which he sort of has placed beside him, that he has moved into his line of sight, and he says, Radaga was in the employ of one of the One of the smaller groups of the Order of the Guardians was investigating a number of objects here within the lands. These objects seem to be quite powerful and quite quite manipulative in their own way. These objects were massive blocks of a material known as amber. These blocks seem to be carved, almost as if they could be made into some form of hinged box or sarcophagi. And within these amber boxes resided very powerful and very old entities. For what purpose or what their history is, neither I nor my compatriot Arthur have any clue. There are others within the lands who seem to have some idea of what it is that they in fact mean. Why these entities do what they do, confounding the natures of all around them. But the group that Rodaga was aligned with was in a faraway land. A land known, and he checks his notes one last time. A land known as Harakir, a desert land. Somehow attached to the rest of these domains by that same accursed mist that you all seem to traverse so easily. Harakir had one of these amber sarcophagi as well. This group went to investigate alongside Rodaga, and all of them fell under its sway. Except for, of course, Rodaga. With her considerable power, she was able to resist this entity within the amber sarcophagi, or sarcophagus, and then was, in some way or shape, pursued by the agents of this entity throughout the lands. First here in Dementliu, then in Kartakas, and then finally in Falconia. Her lack of memory, however, seems to be to some unknown source. I do not understand it. It seems perhaps even to be self-inflicted. As if she did not want to remember the things that had occurred in those lands, but especially in Harakir. That said, as you also know, there are other groups of the Order of the Guardians who are surveying the lands for these sarcophagi. And one of them, according to her memories, seems to have gone to the land of Barovia. We have not heard from them since. I think it is well within my right to ask you to traverse the mists once again and find this missing group within Barovia and find out what it is that they have discovered about this amber sarcophagus and its peer entities. I've spoken way too long, and I do apologize. I have a tendency to ramble on a bit.
Well, according to the books I found in Radaga's room in Kartkas, these sarcophagi, or whatever you want to call them, they hold the vestiges of dead gods.
His eyebrows sort of go up.
That seems to be what I look to Radaga and I say, I know you have no memory of having been in that room, but that's what I read there. I assume that's what we encountered under that house where we first met.
Didn't you bring some of those papers back with you, if I recall?
I did, yes. I believe I tried to show them to Radaga before, and she didn't seem to recognize them. Perhaps now she might.
Daga looks at you, Moina. She says, "What papers?"
I will stand up from the table and I will go retrieve them from my thing, since I'm just wearing a shirt right now. I don't have everything on me. But yeah, the things that I took some of the book pages, and I took the writings that were in a language that none of us recognized.
Mhm.
Those were specifically what I took with those. That's what I specifically took with us, were the writings that none of us recognized the language of.
Yep.
And I will pass those back to her. And I say, I tried to show these to you in Falkovnia, but you didn't seem to know what I was speaking of.
She says, yes, I remember. I have no recollection of ever either seeing or writing this.
Yeah, they were in your room, so either
Unless
you wrote them or
Hendrik
you
wrote 'em for
collected
you.
them.
Unless Hendrik did.
Hendrik looks in your direction, Mikmick, and just does this. She
But
says,
another thing that when Alana first talked about hypnosis, eyebrow popped for Mikmick Isham.
Alanik sort of looks at the four of you and says, "Now, I do know that the four of you have been through a lot.
You can say that again.
Unfortunately, we had a casualty in Cartagas. I'm sorry to see that. I am truly..."
Casualty that would probably have helped if we're going to Barovia.
Why is that?
Indeed.
Because
That's
he
where
came
he's
from Barovia.
Oh dear. Claudio was from Barovia.
Yes. Well, from what he told us, yes.
Oh my. Well, that you are correct. That would have been, to have a native of that land, it would have been a distinct advantage, yes. But, on the positive side, as I've been taught to think, more often by our friend Cabe, looks over at Cabe, Cabe gives a smile. We do have a new addition to the team, it seems. Looks over at Louisa.
Yes, hello, I'm Louisa.
Pleasure to make your
Actually-
acquaintance.
Same to you. Thank you for sending this team out into the world. They have helped bring me home.
I see, this is your home.
Yes.
Well, he sort of looks dour for a second. He says, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to be, I did not mean to assume that you would join our little team here. It's quite presumptuous of me, actually.
That's all right. As it turns out, there might not be much reason for me to stay.
Sort of eyebrows furrowed there for a second. Says, well, more on that later. Sort of adjusts himself in his seat. Says, you look much worse for wear than the others, Miss Louisa. I would recommend, if you intend to join our group in any field excursion, shall we call it, that you take the time that you need to recuperate.
I agree. Thank you.
In the meantime, the three of you are more than welcome to use, of course, all the facilities at your disposal. And as you know, the town is completely at your beck and call.
Do we need to go back to that ball?
To what now, Mikmick?
Masquerade.
Oh, no. That's not for another at least 6 days.
I thought it was weekly.
Yes, you missed it. You've been
Oh.
gone for about 3 days. There was 2 days ago.
Time's a bit weird when you travel across planes.
Very insightful.
Yes, what?
Atlantic. Sorry.
No, I just had a thought. What year is it here?
Oh man, you're gonna make me look up a fucking calendar? How dare you?
You can make it up. I don't know. She's just trying to do math. Is
Okay.
it 7 years or has it been more years?
Good point, actually. Good point. Okay, so let me think about this. There's no standard calendar in Ravenloft, per se. So, I'm gonna go with the assumption that time in Kartakas, where you have been, Louisa, is not the same as time in Dementliu. In fact, I'm going to say the time in every domain is not the same as any other domain. It's not like you spend a day there, you spend a day back here. But it's not vastly different. Meaning that if you spend a day in one domain, it's basically like 2 or 3 days in another domain. If you spend a lot of time in one domain, it can be up to twice as much time in another domain.
Okay.
Up to. So when you ask that question, you are shocked to note that 3 additional years have passed, meaning that you have not been gone for 7 years, but you have been gone for 10 years.
Louisa downs the rest of her wine, unceremoniously reaches for the bottle in the middle of the table and fills up the glass all the way to the top, and then just starts chugging. I've been gone 10 years. She just blurts out so that everyone knows.
Well, you don't look it.
Thank you.
Arthur, do we have dessert? Oh yes, of course! And he runs into the kitchen. Like, immediately, like he notices a massive amount of tension that's been brought on by this and just runs into the kitchen.
Atlantic.
Yes, Amnestria?
What did you mean when you said that it's well within your rights to ask us to go to Barovia?
Amnestria, let me ask you a question, and that will be my answer to yours. What do you prize most in this life?
Do you mean what I want?
Yes.
Or...
What do you want most in your life?
Well, I would like to go back to Mordant.
If you would like to go back to Mordant, you are more than welcome to leave at any time.
I don't have a way back to Mordant.
If you would like to leave, you may do so. Cabe will make that easily available to you. Cabe looks shocked at this statement. He's like, they're like, I mean, sure, we could. You want to go?
I have something very important to do there.
Ah. And Atlantic puts out a finger and says, so it is not leaving, but it is this important thing that you wish to do. Correct?
Why, yes.
What is this important thing, Amnestria?
I wish to kill my sister.
There is like a giant clattering of silverware. Like, Arthur, like, in the kitchen. He's like, oh, blast it all!
Moynat, on the other hand, who's just sort of been semi-disinterested during this entire conversation, kind of perks up like, oh, this is interesting.
I see. Atlantic sort of steeples his fingers. He's like, revenge. Revenge is such a...
Way?
It is a very human feeling, a very human construct. That exacting revenge upon those who wronged you will suddenly right everything that has been made ill in your life.
I don't think you fully understand why I want to kill her.
Amnestria,
It won't make my life better.
what will it do?
It will avenge those she's already killed, and it will be at ease.
What will it do for them? They are dead and gone. We will not bring them back.
You're never really gone in Mordant. Some people do come back. I'm proof of that.
Atlantic sort of makes a choked laugh and says, I am very much aware of what occurs in Mordant with those who have left the mortal plane. I would not say that that is a pleasing way to retain your eternal form.
Well, I mean, I've died twice to my count at least, so...
I simply say this, to cut our conversation quite short. Amnestria, if you wish to leave, you are more than welcome to do so. If you wish to have your revenge for whatever goal that may serve in your mind, it may behoove you to stay.
Dull questions of morality aside, there is the matter of payment.
Of course, payment. He sort of comes out of his reverie and grabs to the side of his wheelchair where he has got a sort of a container strapped to the side of it. Delves down inside, pulls out 4 rather sizable bags of gold, as he's done before, and places them on the dinner table on the Lazy Susan in the middle and says, Hendrik, would you do the honors? Hendrik comes over, grabs the bag of gold, and deposits them in front of each of you. And says, I would assume that the 4th, Claudio, would go to our new friend, Louisa.
He did fulfill his portion of the contract. I think it's only fair.
Louisa, would you like to, perhaps engender yourself within this group?
Yes, I think that there might be a thing or two that I have to handle here, but yes, I think my path lies elsewhere.
I see. Well, if that's the case, I will bid you all adieu. I am not in the mood for dessert, as you probably can tell, but enjoy yourselves. Arthur will accoutre you appropriately. And he then wheels out the room.
Out of game, how much did we get paid? Because I don't remember. for those 2
200
jobs.
gold
Beautiful.
It was each, right?
a piece.
Woo!
Okay. Good.
Glorious.
200 gold.
And just before Arthur walks back in, Mikmick will slide across the designs he has for the updated Goggles of Night for Louisa to see what she wants to pick. If she wants to make it into more of a cowl or to make it into more like the standard issue Goggles of Night.
So
Okay.
you're thinking more of like a neck thing, or like
Well,
more?
I mean, it could be like a cowl where it's just like, well,
Oh, like
so
a hood that I
Yeah,
pull
like a
over.
hood.
Let's do this.
Ah,
Let's have you guys discuss all of the sort of design
break?
changes, so to speak, as we take a break, because we need it. It's a 7-minute
Yeah.
break. How does that sound? And we'll come back and decide what you guys do on the morrow as you guys take a sleep. Louisa, I'll hand wave the whole idea that you need to wait 16 hours for another long rest. I think that was a much deserved long rest, so you can take
Thank
another
you.
one when everyone else does as well. All right, so
Thank you.
let's go back let's go to break, and we'll come back in 7 minutes, and we'll see each other then. Sound good?
Okay.
All right, folks. See you guys in 7.
Yay.
Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, we're back. What's happening? Let's go. Okay, so the night grows dim and dark apace, and it is time for a well-earned rest for the four of you. So,
I rolled my d6 to see how many wand charges I get back.
Yes.
By the way.
Okay.
Hey.
Fantastic.
Nice.
All right. So, the four of you, Radaga goes off to a room, but not on the second floor. She goes off to a room where she was convalescing, on the first floor, seemingly where she was taken after she was, brought to the house. She wishes you all a good night. Sort of still a little bit of in a haze. And she says, "On the morrow, I may have something for you. I'm beginning to remember things. I will see you tomorrow." And she goes off to her own room. Hendrik follows her, like a little puppy dog.
Oh,
We're
as
still
they're
on his
leaving,
shoulder.
I'll say, "Oh, Hendrik, I think this might be yours." And I'm gonna give him the jar of rot salve that I found in Radaga's house.
Hendrik sort of takes it. He sort of jumps onto a stump and takes the jar of rot salve and sort of moves up to the top, spiders his way up to the top and unscrews the cap. And sticks his sticks a finger in, like he's sniffing it, and although you cannot smell Sarah, the odor that wafts out from the top of this uncapped jar is something I'm glad you don't have the ability to smell. It's pretty rank. It's not it doesn't smell like decay or anything like that. But it does smell very it smells like rotten fruit a little bit.
Like the glue in old iPhones?
Yes. Oh my god, that's a very specific smell. Wow. How do you know that?
You're welcome. Because I had an iPhone that smelled like it and everybody thought I was insane. And I was like, why does my phone smell like rotting fruit?
Amazing. When he's unscrewed...
That's Apple's way of saying that sound needs to change.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
When Hendrik unscrews the cap, which is technically just a piece of canvas that has been sealed and roped around. Have I shown you, by the way, the picture of this thing? I don't think I've shown you
Of
the
Hendrik
picture
or the rot salve?
No, of the rot salve.
I don't know if you did or not.
I don't think I did either. Let me just double check and make sure that there's no information on here. Oh yeah, there is some stuff on here. Let me just throw this in the GM notes. Okay, cool. So let me just save. I'm going to show you the actual handout of the rot salve jar. There you go.
Cool.
And it's really cool.
So it's got a little
simple?
stamp
Yeah.
on the side of it, in wax, and it does have some kind of symbol on it of an arrow piercing a circle. And so when he undoes the top, the wax sort of unattaches from the jar of this material, so that the top comes off completely. And inside, you're able to see now that this material is kind of like a whitish paste. It's funny that you mentioned glue, and has this just rank smell. Like, ugh, what the hell is this stuff? And Hendrik sort of moves over it, sniffs it, and then just scurries away from it, leaving it on the floor.
Well,
I suppose not then?
put the lid back on.
You cannot
Alright,
cannot put the lid back on unless you reattach the what's it called? The
wax?
The wax seal, yeah.
No.
I'll mess around with it and figure out how to put it back on.
Okay. You could spend a short rest if you wanted to sort of try to figure out what it is without identifying it.
Could I try and identify it?
If you want to.
Oh no, I can't. Sorry.
You're out of spell slots?
Oh yes, I can. Yes, I can. Can I use identify as a ritual if I don't have any
Yes.
spell slots?
Yes. Yeah, because it doesn't
Yeah,
take
if
up
I
a spell
don't have-
slot if you
Yeah,
use it as a
ritual
ritual.
casting
Yeah.
doesn't use a spell
Yeah,
slot.
absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So could I try and identify the rock cell?
Absolutely.
I mean,
Yeah. Take 10 minutes if you want. You sort of scoop it up off the floor
Yeah.
and start just sort of moving your hand.
See what
over
it does. What's it supposed to do?
Yep. I'll come back to you in the appropriate 10-minute time span. But yeah, Hendrik just and scurries following Radaga down the hall. Arthur does come out from the kitchen with a small tray, and lifts it sort of in a very grandiose fashion. Says, "Voila, dessert!" and puts it on the table. And in the middle of the table, under this tray, is a beautiful sort of bundt cake with a glaze of something over it. Looks sort of chocolatey. Smells chocolatey. Enjoy. Where did Eleanor blast? No dessert again. Sighs.
I hope it wasn't something we said.
Oh, no. Alanik just doesn't like to, he doesn't like to indulge himself on sweets, of course. Just to keep his figure, as he likes to call it. But that doesn't stop you! And he sort of gestures.
Of course. Thank you, this looks lovely.
Cabe takes a slice, offers to cut it for the rest of you. And,
Mikmick's gonna pick while he's doing the ritual cast.
yeah, he's just like, I'm just gonna eat.
Louisa basically takes her piece and then just sticks her nose into it to try to get rid of the smell of whatever that is.
Oh boy, yeah. We've also had a redemption in chat, which is the first of these kind of redemptions that we've had this episode. This is actually for Mikmick, and it is a Tempt of the Fates common Taruka pull, which is perfect, I think, for the time.
Comes out of the jar as
For
he's
the-
trying to...
For the timing of it. All right, so here we go. Mikmick, I'm going to bring on our common Taruka deck,
Yeah.
and let's see what you pull. Okay.
Kitty.
I'm going
Why?
to deal you a card. Boom. Actually, before I do that, let me shuffle. I always shuffle. I need to shuffle. Shuffle that deck. And I'm going to deal a card. Shuffle 2 red.
Shuffle off the buffalo.
Boom. Red, you have a card in your hand. Please pull it onto the table and let us see what it is.
Okay, let's see. Ooh, it's a fun one.
Okay, is it one that we've seen before? It is
No.
the Necromancer.
There we go. Ooh.
And if you mouse over it, it says, unnatural events and unhealthy obsessions. Those who follow a destructive path.
Mm.
I'm going to give it the art a little Shift Z. Let's see if it can blow up because it's so cool. Okay, here we go. Boom. There you go.
Ooh. Kitty. No, not the whole keyboard. Oh my god.
What is your cat doing?
Yeah. He was trying to take a nap across my entire keyboard and he exited me from Roll20.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Well, we'll see you in a little,
I'll be back
in a
in a
little
sec.
bit. It's alright. As long as he didn't exit you from Zoom, I'm okay with it.
He did not. I'm still in Zoom.
Alright.
Gotta
I
love
like
the
this one guy that's all like, hey.
yeah. Hey there.
Which one? The one on the right?
Yeah, the one that's like got the shoulder like down like
He's like, hey, what's up?
He's doing his
And then this
Instagram
guy-
model pose.
Yeah.
the other guy's like like it's
What are you doing, man?
I'm gonna go pout now, Brutus.
I'm gonna blow this up a little bit more. Hold on one second, because I think that chat can't really see it as big as you guys see it,
oh no.
which is really, I mean, it's really great. But I'm gonna blow it
Yeah.
up. I'm gonna just do this. There we go.
There you go.
Blow it up big time.
Oh, we can't see it now, but they
That
can.
is so
There we go.
obsessive.
Dynamic lighting is cutting
Yeah,
parts
dynamic
across,
light is
but
cutting it
still
through it, but that's
fabulous.
okay.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, look at that.
For
The
whatever
guy-
reason,
the
my
guy on the
TV
left is like-
right on top.
The guy on the left is like, eh. And the guy on the right is like, ah. And they've got stars on their head.
Here's Johnny.
Exactly. All right, so let's see if you guys have used
Necromancer's in the back, like, God damn it, you guys! Why can't
Come
we
on,
just take
I'm
one
supposed to be
serious
serious.
picture?
Seriously.
Trying to look scary. God.
Scary. Okay, let's take a look at the Necromancer card for its meaning for Tempt the Fates. The Necromancer is one that I don't believe you guys have pulled. No, you have. Ooh.
Oh.
Have we pulled it?
You have pulled the
I
Necromancer.
thought we had it. It sounded familiar.
Not only have you pulled it, but you've accepted it.
Yo.
Which means that this
Mikmick
makes it a
cursed.
cursed card.
Cursed.
First card.
Okay.
Womp, 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 womp.
Ooh.
Oh dear.
It's the Heartbreak episode.
Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
So as
Oh.
Mikmick, as you sort of peer over this substance, you feel like its fumes are sort of coming into your nose, and you're just like, what is that smell? It smells like rotten fruit. It's got to be something. But it has like a almost sort of almost like a spicy smell to it. Like there's something in it beyond just whatever this stuff is that's been preserved for all intents and purposes. That there's some material in here that's been sort of brought down to its prime element, and it's not fruit. It's not anything. But it is certainly organic. And then you realize that this is actually material. And the reason why it's called rot salve is because it is literally just that. It is made of rendered humanoid fat. And it has this putrid scent, which actually attracts undead creatures. How cool is it that we got the Necromancer card after you put your hand on this particular artifact? And for an hour after a creature receives the ointment, attack rolls by undead creatures against that creature are made with advantage.
Yeah.
That's the bad side of it.
Mm-hmm.
The good side of it is that this glass jar, 3 inches in diameter, contains 1d4 plus 1 doses of this mixture. So please go ahead and roll your d4 to determine how many doses are in it. Okay, so there are 2 doses of this mixture. Beyond the smell of ointment made of rendered fat, it smells sort of like aloe a little bit. As an action, 1 dose of this ointment can be either applied to the skin or swallowed. And the creature that receives this particular treatment regains 2d8 plus 2 hit points. It also is cured of any disease and ceases to be poisoned.
But will attract undead creatures for an hour.
Oh yeah. And they'll have advantage on their
Interesting.
attacks.
Okay.
Interesting indeed.
So I'm going to remove the Necromancer card since we no longer have it. It is gone. And here's what happens when the curse applies to you, Mikmick. As this image of what happens in your Identify spell goes through your mind, you now know that death has stepped 1 step closer towards you in whatever design it has for you. And when I say death, I don't mean the death that you may have received at one point. It is your final death that I speak of. To that end, for the next 48 hours, you have disadvantage on all death saving throws.
Woo.
So cancel out.
That is correct.
Well, then if anyone had to get it, I'm glad it was him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So I'm going to be rolling death saves standardly. Okay.
Like the real way.
I-
Like the normal way.
I think you've rolled more death saving throws than any of us, and always succeeded.
It's true. He
Yeah.
does get beat up a lot.
Yeah, he does.
Chat has saved me every time I've gone down, so
have.
I don't think I've had to roll any yet.
Yeah, I think I've been
That's not
knocked
a
out like 3 times. I think.
Yes, more chat. more chances to have lives saved. But remember that 3 potions per person are allowed by chat every session. That's it. So, with that said, we take that card, we remove it from the deck entirely, which makes the deck even smaller, and we move on.
How many hit points did that rot self restore?
2d8 plus 2.
2d8 plus 2.
Yeah.
A lot of healing.
It is a lot of healing. And there's 2 applications of it.
And it also removes poison.
And it
Or
removes
any-
poison
And removes-
and disease.
Yes.
Pretty damn powerful. So there you go.
Would
It's
that
good
be in the compendium?
you didn't open
As long as
it
there's.
in Falcovnia.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
That would have been bad.
I'm going to go
That
ahead,
would
now that
be
you've identified
bad.
it, and put it in your handouts here, folks. Just under items.
Thank you.
Pulling a Handrick.
All right. It is now in the description of that item, so you guys can click on the item and you'll see what it does.
Nice.
By the way, Handrick is now my favorite NPC that we've met this far. I don't make
And
the
he's-
rules, folks. That's just how it goes.
Hasn't said a word. Just he is who he is. All right. So Arthur, having given you guys your sweet effects at the end of your meal, has sort of he takes off his apron. He says, "Well, I'm going to retire. A glass of sherry. Good book. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you on the morrow." Arthur leaves through the kitchen. Cabe yawns. Says, "Well, I'm bushed, so, hope you guys have a good night's sleep." Looks over at Louisa. All of you. And,
Can I ask you just one question before you go to bed? You said that the cottage was in Chateau Faux?
just south of Chateau Faux, yeah.
I would like to roll an insight check on him.
On them? Yep.
On them, yes.
Go for it. That's an 11.
Yep.
And if your intent was to determine whether it was bullshit or not, you cannot do so.
Well, I happen to be from Dementlu, so I know a thing or two about Chateau Faux.
That is true, you do.
So, yeah. I'm trying to... Yeah. Alright.
Okay. So, you guys all, I assume, go to bed?
Or
I'll
what
wait and
happens
see if
then?
anyone else needs the bathroom before I make up my pool for the evening.
Louisa will definitely take a bath.
Needed, wanted, granted.
She's got blood in her hair, and in her eyes, and in her ears.
You went
and
to
probably,
dinner
like,
with all of that, like, like Carrie?
I washed
I did all
my
of that.
face, but like, you know, there's only so much you can do. So there's also probably blood all over that pillow. Like,
There's blood in my hair. You can just see
Why
her,
do you
like,
think Moynot went straight for the tub, guys?
100%.
Yeah.
I just see, like, Louisa just sitting there, like eating dinner with just blood all over her and just been like, this is delicious. I really love everything that I'm eating right now.
she did try to pull it back and like out of the way, but there's only so much you can do.
Yeah, fair.
Uh,
All right.
Oh, and also, we figured out what kind of goggles of night we're changing the hood into.
Okay, go ahead and tell me.
Basically, just slightly modified goggles of night so that when she's not using them, she can just place them on top of her head.
Oh, neat. Cool.
and like a headband, so it
Yeah.
becomes like a part of whatever hairstyle, her half up, half down thing that she's got.
I
going.
love that. That's fantastic.
Or if you want a physical example, think of Catwoman's nighttime goggles in the new Batman movies.
I like it.
So
I
she
was
can just flip
so
them
you can
down and flip back.
I was thinking more like Ray Stantz goggles, like from Ghostbusters, where he has them on top of his head, and he's
Yeah.
just But I like the Catwoman
that
thing
too.
much better. Much better.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Anything else anyone do before you go to bed?
Well, Mikmick will make that before he goes to bed,
Sure.
so I'm not sure if you wanted to do that through a long rest or...
Oh, no, that's fine. I'll accept. I'm just going to fast forward through that little crafting excursion.
Yeah. You don't want me to roll for it or anything like that?
Nah, you're an artificer. You got this in spades. As long as you're not like, I make a Tarask killer. I'm like,
Well, I did want to put lasers on this.
what can't we have lasers on our horses every time, folks? I just want to have horses with freaking laser beams.
Laser
coming out.
beams on there.
Yeah, no. Listen, as long as well within your ability and the kind of items that you can create, then no roll, unless you want to, is needed.
Are there spare sheets in the rooms?
Yeah, sure. Linens and things.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, well, Louisa's in the bath, Amnestria's gonna go change her sheets and everything.
That was such a 90s
Just,
reference there, though. I'm sorry. Like, I had to do it, and I was just like, I can't not say it without saying the other thing.
I don't blame you.
Like beds and baths and
Beyond.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, are linens and things still open?
I don't know. Someone Google that. Are linens? I think linens and things is still around, aren't they?
I mean, Bed Bath and Beyond is still around. There's
the
one down on
linens for
6th
mostly
Avenue.
interesting Things. Yeah. Well, because Bed Bath and Beyond just sends everyone a 20% off coupon every week until they die.
Linens and things. Linens and things is now lnt.com. So linens and things is still around,
Okay.
giving you more
Now it's
for
just
less.
lint.
Yeah, now it's just lint.
Game.
What Gen Z person got a hold of that? Oh my god. LNT.
Oh my god, linens and things been around since 1975. Yes, I can see it. I just want to see LNT. And some guy's like, yeah, sure, lint. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
That's great. Uh-huh.
I think that the millennials will really go for that.
Let's go to LNT.
As if millennials are not all pushing 45 at this point. you
Right?
know? Like,
Exactly.
come on, y'all.
I'm not that.
Nope. If you're pushing 45, you're definitely Gen X.
Just when I thought it was safe to go back in the water, speaking of which, we had another Tempt the Fates redemption from JF Messon, who has decided to give this one to Moynat.
Oh dear.
Moynat, tell me what you do
So I
before you
might
go to
get
bed.
cursed in my bathtub.
I want to see if this has any kind of relevance here, but it'll be kind of
I
funny.
love it. Once everyone who wants to bathe has bathed, she will once again fill the tub with ice cold water and dissolve her last block of salt. Because it has been rough, and she's earned this. And she makes her tub of salt water and just takes off Claudia's shirt, hangs it up on a hook in the bathroom, and just climbs into her salty tub to go to sleep. Just sinks all the way down below the surface so that all she can hear is water in her ears. Her hair is kind of floating all around her in a black billowing cloud.
Would the hair pretty much cover her entire body, seeing as she's got
pretty much.
knee length? Yeah.
Okay.
And the hair's just floating at the top.
It's just floating all around. Like, basically, if you were to look in the bathtub right now, you might see like a foot poking out over here, but for the most part, it would just look like a
Is
tub
your
full of black
face
hair.
above water, or
Nope,
can you breathe
everything's up.
underwater?
I can breathe underwater.
All right, here we go.
I'm amphibious. I can breathe water.
Sarah, I have dealt you a Tempt the Fates Common Taroka card.
Oh boy.
Let's see what it
Do it.
is.
Don't know if we've had this one before. Oh, figures. I dragged him into the.
That's okay. What is it now? It is the
I can't read. Is that the shepherd? Those who protect others, one who bears a burden far too great to be shouldered. Something.
Alone.
Yeah.
Alone. Sorry, he popped it up to the full size right before I finished reading.
Sorry, you can still mouse over it though, I think, right? Or no? Maybe I'm wrong.
Not
Yeah,
when it's
I
full
just-
size.
Damn it! All right,
I like
there you
that her hair
It's okay.
reminds me of May from Avatar: The
go.
Last
It does.
Airbender.
It does. You're right.
Very much, yes.
A burden far too great to be shouldered alone. Okay. but
Ooh.
we have definitely not had the shepherd. I'm almost positive. I have not seen the
I
shepherd.
It doesn't
don't
sound
think you have.
familiar, yeah.
All right. So let's see what that means. Taroka time. The shepherd. Okay. This is amazing. Okay. Time to go to the monster manual here.
Oh dear.
It materializes in the mansion.
Oh my god.
Roll it.
Do I get a pet?
Sarah, you know that there are only times in your D&D career to give players animal pets for no apparent reason whatsoever.
This is a unicorn again.
This is one of those times. You may pick from any of the following creatures that I see.
I'm so jealous.
Yeah, there we go.
This is like my first non-animal collector character I've ever played.
I know. Let's see what this particular character
It was
might
only a
actually
matter
do.
of time before you got the animal.
Okay,
Played one
so
in so long.
here's what happens. I'm going to give these in chat. These are all of the different types of... Actually, let me get rid of some of these because some of them are not animals that I want you to have.
What, you can't have a baby Tarrasque?
Like a commoner. A commoner is a commoner's not a commoner is not an animal that I want you to have as a pet.
That's funny.
Sure, that would be a perfectly acceptable pet for Muadnhait.
That is true. And no, I'm not going to have you have that. Although that's actually pretty good, actually. So maybe yes. Okay, I might.
I'm pulling for an antlion.
No, no. These are all CR0 creatures.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, these are not creatures that you're like, Pikachu, I choose you, and then like these creatures come out and defend you.
You just murder everybody.
Yeah, exactly. No, these are all animals, some of which actually might be kind of cool. Okay, there you go. These are all the different animals that you can choose from.
Octopus.
If you decide to choose this
they're
card.
not-
If you decide to
Quipper.
choose this card.
Okay.
What's a quipper?
Is
A
this
Quipper?
is this a forever thing or a
It
24
is-
hours thing?
It is for the next day.
Next day. Interesting. What is a quipper? I know, but I can't remember. Is
a
it like a little fish?
It is. It is essentially the D&D version of a piranha.
That's right. And that's oh my god.
I think we've done
That's so admirable.
Yeah,
That's
I'm gonna carry it around. I'm gonna carry it around in a jar. It's gonna appear in the bathtub with me in my salt water.
Oh my god, this is so good. I love this so much.
Yes, 100%.
And I mean, then before the 24 hours, and you can always eat it.
Oh my god.
You would
I
do
mean, she
that.
might actually. That's not
Okay.
out of the realm of
So,
Moynat's.
I'm going to take the card. I'm going to say that you took it. I'm going to put this in
Oh, I took it.
You definitely fucking took it. All right. Here's the thing. Muadnhait, roll 2d4.
Oh, how many do I get?
You conjure a swarm. It eats you alive.
6 quippers just pop out of the bathtub. Like, bloop, 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 bloop.
Oh my god.
They come out of the drain. They're like,
I love this.
and they all just like 6 of them, like 3 and 3, just like stare at you with their little beady red eyes. I need to show you what a quipper looks like because that's not fair. Because quipper,
I just found it.
have you seen the
They're
art?
so cool.
Have you seen what the art for
Yep.
what a quipper is?
Oh man.
Yeah, I
Hold
just
on.
posted it in our
Hold
Ravenloft
on.
chat.
Hold on. Okay, let me just grab the art, save, quipper, and I'll throw it in as a picture here. Just because why the fuck not? Hold on.
So
I'm
perfect.
just. Oh man, I'm having like a
So-
flash of a memory of some TV show that I cannot remember, but like basically these things came up from the drain and like ate someone in the bathtub, and so the bathtub just becomes this like ruin of red.
It might have been the movie
Nice.
Piranha by James Cameron. That's right,
Oh,
the
my
James
goodness.
Cameron who made that movie. You're welcome.
I hate
Quippers.
him so.
Where is it? Quippers. I've got it on my desktop. Where's the Quipper picture? There it is.
I feel like
Save.
the blonde kid from Growing Pains was in it. Was he in
You
that
might be
movie?
right. I have to go check Google or IMDb.
Okay.
Remember.
All right, so this is
I don't know. I just
these are Quippers.
I'm just imagining what would have happened if I had chosen like deer, and now suddenly there's a herd of deer inside Alani's house.
That would have been a
That would've been
choice.
great.
That would have been a choice.
It's licking the salt block that's rapidly dissolving in your
Hey,
mouth.
Yep.
look, there's even 6 of them.
There are indeed
Perfect.
6 quippers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes.
Um,
This is so on brand. This is so
love it.
so on brand.
I love
Yep.
it.
wow.
Yes.
I'm imagining you carrying an aquarium around for the next day, and it's
No, they're just gonna live.
greatly.
Sorry, guys. No one gets to take a bath tomorrow. They're just gonna live in Alana's bathtub.
So glad I got my bath in right under the wire.
Are we gonna not tell anybody they're in there?
We'll see how Moynat feels when she wakes up. She might not.
You just see like Arthur wake up. He's like,
Let's face it.
"Ah, great day to be alive. Going for a brisk walk and then a bath afterwards." And everyone's like,
Remember, kids, all drains lead to the ocean.
"Oh my god."
Also, who knows how many will make it to breakfast tomorrow, because some of them might be breakfast tomorrow.
This is true. This is true.
It's true. I did have to eat cooked fish tonight, so we'll see.
Yeah.
All right. So, okay.
But yes, in the meantime, I feel like this means that as she falls asleep, surrounded by her brethren, Moynat probably has the best night's sleep that she's had in a very long time.
Do the quippers give her like a pedicure? Like, you know those,
Yes,
you know those
absolutely.
fish that like eat the
Yes.
calluses off?
100% gets a Quipper pedicure.
Amazing.
Quipper cure.
I made the
Oh,
Little
I got
Mermaid
that thing.
joke earlier, and I'm not regretting it.
Okay. So
Yeah, these guys are way more badass than Flounder, though.
oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, do not fall into a pool of quippers. Bad idea. I had that happen in one of my
I love
campaigns.
everything.
Bad.
Oh,
Pretty
dear.
good decks for the Quippers.
Yeah. All right. Let's move on, folks. Yeah, I mean, I would say that your night passes uneventfully. Those of you who have decided to take a long rest can do so. And obviously, a long rest removes another level of exhaustion from you, Louisa, and it obviously does all of the other items with regards to hit points, hit dice, etc., abilities, etc., 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 that the rest of you guys so desire.
Got my shiz. Good to go.
Cool.
Louisa will probably wake up quite early, like still the 8 hours, but after 2 long rests, thank you, in that short of a time, she'll probably wake up quite early, and so she'll go back downstairs to the dining room. Is this like a garden that's
So let's move you
off
guys
the
out of the
dining
dining room just to where you guys want to go in the house, because this is a big house, right? So, but that, yes, there is outside a backyard. There's a garden. The windows outside the dining room actually do face outside of the house into a sort of a topiary garden here.
okay?
Just a sort of quick tour of the house. This is obviously the dining room, kitchen, where Arthur has made his amazing meal the night before, and all meals subsequent will be done here. Or I should say, well, you guys can't see it because of the lighting, but next door, you guys have seen it before. The study where Mikmick was is down here to the sort of bottom right-hand corner of the house. All of the rooms, Psalms 1, are on the top floor of the house. There are rooms that you guys have not yet seen. For example, there is some kind of a room over here where Radaga seems to be, where she was brought after she fell unconscious.
Actually, I think Moynat's been in that room.
Have
I
you?
think Moynat in most of the house at one point.
Okay. Interesting. I don't see you having been there because otherwise the what's it called would have picked it up. The Explorer mode would have picked it up.
Oh, okay, then I don't know.
But then again, I hadn't been in the study before I got here. So,
Correct. But now,
but I had been.
yeah, but no. I mean, the study. There's 2 studies. There's the study off to the right here, and then there's another
'cause
study off
I
to the
had
left.
been
which
over
is-
in Alonix because I was over there because I was chilling on his couch at one point.
Right on. Okay, cool. So let me just bring you over there so we have an idea of what that looks like.
Yeah.
So yeah, Alanik has his own private desk over here. Let me just make sure that chat can see this here. Yeah, they can sort of see most of it. So let me just bring this up a little bit. Yeah, like he's got his private desk here. His, as you call it, chilling out couch over here. Artifacts aplenty on bookshelves, accoutered all over the place, as well as books and research materials here. And some kind of like a chest of drawers behind his desk. Here. That is Alanic's private study. Yeah, I don't think you guys have been in this room here. And I don't think you guys have been in this room here. And I don't think you guys have been over here either.
Actually, yeah, no, there are doors at the end of that hallway that we haven't gone through.
That's correct, yeah. Okay. That's where they keep the bodies. All right.
I just assumed that was Alanic's bedroom because I assumed he was on the first floor.
Okie dokie. So.
Right, back to my bathtub.
Back to your bathtub. All right.
So when Louisa wakes up, she's gonna like just go out into the garden, and just sit out there, kind of look at the topiaries, wonder to herself who his gardener is, and then try to parse through and think through all of what Cabe told her.
Okay.
Because she knows that Chateau Faux doesn't actually exist. She didn't think of it in the moment because she was a little distraught. But after a couple long rests, her brain is starting to come back and work again. And so she's trying to figure out why he would lie, and what it all means, essentially.
Good question.
She's just out there thinking.
Okay. Mikmick and Amnestria.
Well, after he's finished putting on the final touches to the hood, the old hood, to make them goggles of night, he's gonna take them outside and to hand them to Louisa and see if he can fit them onto her, even in the daylight, even though they're used in the daylight.
All right, so Louisa's out there in the garden, sort of giving a think.
So Mikmick will come up. Louisa, I'm not interrupting in any way, am I?
Not at all.
I just came out to...
I'm assuming that you're just like right over there, like you're right next door.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just came out to hand these to you, see what you think of them. And he pulls out pretty much what look like essentially brand new goggles of night, completely different to the the flesh mask that you did have previously.
She just takes it and looks at it and tries it on. Fits perfectly, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, maybe adjust the straps, but no.
Just straps, just a little bit. Puts it up on her head, like to where it like pushes the hair out of her face, and she goes, "This is a definite improvement over that fucking skin bag." Thank you.
It still has the same feature as that skin bag, so you should be able to see at night if you put them over your eyes.
That's such a relief. Thank you.
Though I noticed you're wandering around a bit out here. Is something on your mind?
I have a few things on my mind.
If you wish to share, it may help.
It may. It also... I feel as if I need to share with you all, especially if Alanik wants us to go to Barovia, wherever it is. I might need a slight delay. I don't know how quickly he wants us to go, but
I mean, we've been here for about almost 2 days already, so I don't think there's that much of a rush.
I hope not. But I need to try to find my family.
Yes, that's what Cabe wanted to talk to you about, wasn't it?
Yes.
Is it bad news or unknown news?
I don't know, honestly. It seemed like terrible, horrendous news last night, and now I have questions. And if it's not true what he told me, then I will need a bit of a delay before we go.
Matt, could I do an insight check on Louisa to see if he can figure out what she's trying to hide?
I don't think insight does that. I don't think that would be necessary. Insight doesn't check to see what you're hiding per se. It simply checks to determine whether or not you are hiding something. And depending on how well you do on it, you may get some insight on what exactly that may be. But not exactly unless you're like natural 20. But even so, like, you're no Atlantic Ray. I know Atlantic Ray, Mikmick. You are no, yeah.
Yeah,
you can roll on me, though. I don't care.
More the fact that to see if he can imagine what's going through her mind at the moment.
Sure.
Like if he's experienced a similar kind of situation, and we are able to help in that direction.
Absolutely.
So just do an insight, see what. I mean, his insight's not the best, but
give it a shot.
I get a natural 20. Who knows?
Ooh, 17.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, Louisa, this is what I like to do. Is I don't like to have player agency go away with insight stuff, especially when it's player versus player. Lend him with that roll what you think he would get.
She is telling the truth. She does need to find her family. And what you would pick up on that roll is that you heard earlier, did you get a message to my husband?
Mm-hmm.
And she did not say husband. She said family. That's what you would pick up on with a 17.
Okay. So you can see that him thinking about that in his eyes. And then he just leans back against the wall or the glass or the pillow, wherever he's... So... Forgive me for maybe overextending myself, but... Can I make a wild guess and say maybe they didn't want you back?
That's what I was told. Or perhaps not that they don't want me back, but that I shouldn't come back. It's hard to perceive intention through second hand. Mm-hmm.
I understand that all too well, Louisa. It's the reason why I didn't go back to my family. But they could also be wanting to keep you safe, by keeping you away from any troubles that they themselves are in, and they don't want to rope you into their problems.
It's possible.
but it may be better for you to actually go there, even if they don't want you there, because it may show them that you're not defenseless now. You know how to defend yourself. If a problem comes to you, you can deal with it. You're a smart enough lady to get through these things. You've got the training. They may not know that. They may think that you just left and sat in a hut for 10 odd years, not doing anything. Not spent 7 years in a completely different place, honing yourself, honing your body to what it is today.
In no way, shape, or form does my husband think that I just left. And Louisa is a little overcome and gets up and walks inside to go find coffee, wine, whatever is available.
Okay. Amnestria, let's flip to you for a sec. The day dawns. How do you greet it?
How early is it?
Say it's like 9. No rush in getting up, unless you have something planned.
I don't have anything planned. I mean, I'm probably just sitting at the table drinking some of the tea I made.
Forgot about your tea.
I know.
I
The
love
tea.
Yeah,
Tea.
I have the tea. Hey, I spent good money on that damn tea.
You damn straight you did. Alanic's words from last night as you're sitting at the table, like you look over in his seat, where he was anyway, they just keep ringing around inside your head about the choices that people make and why you are doing what you are doing. Do his words, have they made an effect on you? Or if anything, have they just made your resolve stronger?
When you say effect, do you mean a negative effect, or?
I wouldn't say negative, but meaning an altering effect.
I think she would definitely be mulling them over, much in the same way that she mulled over the words of Hakon Lucas. Wondering if what she's doing is necessarily what she should be doing with the time she has.
Well, we can save decisions for a later date.
It's perfectly fair.
You still have an outfit to make, though, girl. So let's go. I mean,
I mean, I don't have the materials.
yeah.
so
Well,
I
you
don't
got
have
you
the
got the
sewing
stuff. You don't have the sewing machine, but you got the stuff.
machine. Yeah, so I mean, I guess I would have to go and purchase the item I need to actually make it.
You are in
wouldn't I?
a bustling metropolis full of people who make costumes and masks for a living. I think it's like being in Mardi Gras. It's like being in New Orleans, looking for a bead seller.
I know, but I mean, I'll have to leave the manor to do that.
Oh no! Leave the manor! No! The horror!
After drinking her tea, she would leave the manor.
Fair. Ha ha ha! I've split the party! Woohoo! Knew it was
We all
bound
know
to
what
happen.
happened the last time that happened. Especially with Amnestria going off on
For
her
real,
own.
exactly. Do. My life is great. I want to kill my sister. Let's go.
I don't know if she thinks her life is great.
Okay.
I mean,
well, I guess compared to some. I mean, look at the other three. I'm cursed. I'm cursed, and I'm cursed, and I'm undead. I'm cursed, and I've lost my family. Compared to the other three, I don't know.
I mean, she does kind of melt people. If
That's
she touches
true.
them. I think
But only
that's-
bad people. Yes, like in the words of Arnold Schwarzenegger, only the bad ones. Only the really bad, right?
I don't think this particular ability has an alignment issue.
That's true. Okay, so you leave the house. We'll get back to you as you traverse Port Lucie.
Okay.
Moynat, what are you up to, lady?
I wake up. I pet my fishies,
Of course.
and
Give them all each a name.
no,
Fish
I
one,
do
fish
not
two,
name.
fish three.
I do not name them.
You don't name breakfast.
Oh,
Whippers don't have names. I pet my fishies,
Oh no.
and then I dress in my armor, and then I also leave the manor. I head out. Well, actually, I'm going to check in with Cabe quickly if I can find them,
Yeah, Cabe is downstairs.
and say, "You seem to know this town pretty well. If I were looking for some magical alterations to my armor, whereabouts would I go?"
Oh, wow, magical alterations. I don't know. I mean, those are kind of hard to find. Let me think for a sec. I mean, Atlantic's got a lot of magical stuff in his closets and stuff like that, so, I mean, he might have some magic armor. I know he's got other kinds of crap in there. All kinds of stuff. Shoosh. I mean, there's a chance, maybe, that, you could get, like, a blessing from the folks over at the Mother of Tears Cathedral, or...
Well, that's not. I'm looking for a glamour, not a blessing.
Oh, you want it to look cool.
No, I want it to look however it needs to look on a given occasion.
So, like a spell.
Essentially, yes. Out of game, I'm looking for glamored studded leather.
Glamored
That
studded
is
leather.
expensive.
Hold on 1 second.
I don't know how expensive it is, but I'm wearing studded leather, so.
I can tell you it is. Like,
I'ma look it up.
$10,000.
And
Oh, is it
damn.
really?
Yeah, it is. Because I own a set with a character I have.
Well, magic.
Okay.
Let me just tell you right now.
Expensive.
Magic items usually, when you buy them in high fantasy settings with a lot of magic items are fucking expensive in general. Many settings do not have a magic item, right, shop. There's no like Gilmore's
Yeah.
all over the place
Yeah,
in
yeah.
certain places. They're just like magic items. You find those with monsters, dear. You know, that's the kind of the way it is.
Okay. I was just.
I mean, if you
Trying to
sold
come
a
up with-
magic item to the mundane item shop, they would be more than happy to take it off your hands. Probably not be able to buy it off you because Jesus, it would just be like going into a pawn shop with the Mona Lisa.
Okay. I mean, I'll be perfectly honest with you. One thing I've never actually understood is the pricing scheme on items in this game, and so that's why I'm just asking.
Magic items specifically do not have a pricing scheme. Mundane ones certainly do, and then it depends on the kind of shop, and it depends on like the setting and all that jazz. But yeah, magic items don't have a price.
Okay.
Unless they're common, right? Common magical items like potions of healing and that kind of stuff. Usually you can get those. Scrolls, like those kinds of places are...
Oh, I guess it is rare tier. I didn't realize it was that high tier.
Yeah, it is.
Gotcha.
It is an amazing thing to have, though, if you can get it.
I was just looking so she didn't have to waste spell slots every time she wanted to change how her clothes looked.
Hmm.
Since she doesn't care, but it seems like everywhere she goes, everybody cares what she's wearing.
A warlock, and then you get disguise self for free.
There you go.
Uh,
Alter
I-
self or disguise self? I can't even remember.
I have both. I have disguise self and alter self. I was just looking for not
Not
having to
spelly
use spell
slotty.
slots.
Got it.
Not spelly slotty. Well, my alter self is I can do it one time without a spell slot, but only to do one very specific alteration.
Why'd
So
you get a disguise kit?
that's not going to change my armor. I was thinking like if we have to go to the ball again, I could make my armor look like a ball gown, like that kind of shit.
You can do that thing.
Make
from-
my armor look like street clothes, so that I'm not always walking around and getting weird looks.
I
that
gotcha.
kind of thing.
I gotcha. Okay.
All right. Well, then never mind. Why not? I'll just go sit in the window and enjoy the sea breeze.
All right. All right. So Amnestria's out. Muadnhait, Louisa, and Mikmick are having a day in.
I'm chilling in the window, enjoying the sea air.
Cool. Amnestria, you head out onto the streets. Let's flip to you for a little bit.
I might go busk for a little bit.
Busk? Okay, busk. You busk, and
That's a good idea.
that is a great idea, in fact. All right, so yeah, you head out into the Victorian, London-y streets of Port Lucine. Where do you head to?
I'm looking for 3 things. I'm looking for a sewing kit, which I imagine I could find in any.
Absolutely, yes.
I would also like to visit a blacksmith so that they can repair Claudio's rapier since it was damaged during the fire.
Yep, there is a blacksmith. I think actually you guys were there the last time when Mikmick encountered that same blacksmith to alter his armor, from what I remember.
Yes. And speaking of magical items, how much does it cost to make a +1 rapier?
To make a +1 rapier.
Yes.
So making magic items is usually the provision of, well, to create a magic weapon, which is in and of itself a sort of an artificer type sort of profession, so to speak. To imbue a weapon with a permanent +1 on it takes skill I don't think that you're going to find here. I'm going to be perfectly honest.
Okay. Could the blacksmith silver the rapier?
Yes, absolutely. The blacksmith will be more than happy to silver your rapier.
Then I will have him do that.
Do you have cost of said silver?
Silvering weapon is 100 gold.
That is correct.
It's
So-
also supposed to take like 20 days, but I don't know if you're going to.
It does take 20 days to do so, because it's not like you just go, oh, there's a whole bunch of silver, and you just dip it in, and they're like, here you go. No, unfortunately not.
I know, I just didn't know if it would need to take 20 days.
I'm going
guess
to go
is
ahead
my
and
question.
roll a d20, because I take that as a suggestion. And let's see how many of these d20 days it takes to silver said rapier. You can, of course, choose to decline, but I will choose to roll, and it takes 18 days to silver that rapier.
I'm going to decline because I don't feel like we're going to be doing that many days in the campaign. I'd be very surprised if we are, but I imagine it would be considerably later.
Remember that time works
for the rapier to
differently.
be done. That's fair.
Yep.
Louise is like, yep.
Said the woman who's lost 10 years.
And Nestor, like, you guys get back. You're like, is my rapier done? They're like, it's been done for 2 years. Where the hell have you been?
I love it.
We've been waiting for you.
Where
We
the
were
fuck?
placing bets to see when you were finally gonna pick it up.
What the hell? It's not like we have money to spend. Like, it's not like we're spending money on other things, so I'll do it.
Yeah.
If we find a church, that could probably help. In
You can
to get
bless a
us
weapon. You can
bless
sort of
oil.
yeah, but that's a temporary, not a permanent
Yeah.
bless.
Like oil
bonus.
weapons.
You can you can oil them. You can
That'd
put
probably
special
be
oils on them,
something
but
we
again,
Kind
those
of
are
stuff.
temporary. Just like poisoning a weapon is a temporary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. Silver ring it is. Cool.
And I am looking for one more thing.
What are you looking for?
I would like a fancy bottle of alcohol.
I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. A fancy what, Baha?
I would like a I would like a fancy bottle of alcohol.
Fancy bottle of alcohol. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Something nice.
you've picked the right
Do
city for this. Okay. This.
Smell it first.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let me role play that interaction here, Amnestria. Besides, okay, so you've come out having spent 100 gold, buying this silvered rapier, which will be ready in 18 days. You have given, I guess, the raw materials to a tailor. Is that correct? Or do you just want to buy like shears and sewing stuff?
I just want to buy the kit and some extra material. Just
Sure.
So I can do it myself.
I mean, you can go to like a textiles joint and buy that kind of stuff, and they'll probably be like, they'll sort of turn their nose up at you a little bit and probably go, oh, I see. Such an expert we are. And then, yeah, like hand you over a pair of shears.
Fast people.
You see a guy who looks a lot like, what's the name of that guy from, who works with Heidi Klum all the time in that show? Damn it. What's wrong with you? Why
Tim
can't I-
Gunn.
Tim Gunn.
Oh.
Yes. There's like a half elf who looks like Tim Gunn. He's like, oh, I see. So you're looking to what
I know
now?
him. He's good.
Oh, he's a nice guy? Great. I could, he seems like a nice guy. So you'll have to excuse me as I make fun of him. Or at least try to do my impression of him. Oh, I see. So you're going to be wearing that. I see. Mm-hmm. Okay, well.
Is that a problem to you?
Oh, no, not a problem to me.
Certainly sounds like it's a problem to you.
Oh, no, not at all. Here, please, by all means. And, like, just hands you over a pair of shears, a leather needle, some twine, and sinew. Please, by all means, I would love to see your expertise. Yes.
Make it work, designers. It's a terrible Tim Gunn.
Make it work.
That's better. That's better than mine.
You're welcome. Okay. And then finally, you sort of drop by the nearby fine wines and alcohol, and spirits, I should call it. Fine wines and spirits store. And of course, a man, short man, balding, slick back hair, comes to the door after you pass through it with a little ding ding, solid little bell, and sort of scurries up to you. Beautiful waxed mustache, little spectacles on his nose. Hello, may I help you?
Hi, I'm looking to buy something for a friend.
Of course you are. How may I help you, your friend?
Well, I'm just looking for some nice wine, I suppose.
Oh, well, wine. We have plenty of the wine. Let's start with the basics. Do you happen to know the Chateau Vignard, the brand, the color, the flavor, the vintage?
Not really from around here. So what would you suggest?
Oh, my suggestions are my specialty. He sort of touches the small of your back, because he's a short guy. And he says, please, follow me to the back. We have our specialty wines in the back.
Just gonna like tighten her hand, just be like, all right, this. I appreciate the kind gesture to lead me with your hand, but it's not really something we do where I'm from, so.
Oh, I do pardon, I beg your pardon. I'm sorry. Anywho, please follow me, and sort of gestures you along the aisle to a sort of cordoned off area in the back where you just see like wine racks. Just tons of wine racks in a back room. This room is a little cooler. And the outside sound of the bells and traffic and such are dampened by the fact that now that you see that you are surrounded by rock walls. And there's something growing on the rock walls, on the ceiling. And it seems to be outputting a lot of cold air. Like, the temperature is drastically colder in here than it is just in the next room. And this stuff on the ceiling it's sort of brown in coloration. It looks like kind of like a mossy thing, but it is, yeah, I mean, it's kind of strange looking. Doesn't look like any moss I've ever seen.
Could I maybe do a check to see if maybe I have seen something similar?
Yeah, make a nature check.
Where is nature on this list?
Under N for nature. 16. Yeah, you've seen this before, like once or twice in Mordant. It was growing in caves. And when you asked you asked someone who you knew about it, they said it was just called brown mold. And you shouldn't ever touch it.
Make sure I'm not next to that stuff.
Oh, it's on the ceiling.
Yeah, I know, but...
Okay, fair. So the little man sort of sees you looking up at the ceiling and goes, oh yes, of course, just to keep the air cold. May I interest you in perhaps a Chateau Neuf de la Piche Belparelle? I don't know what the fuck I just said, but that's okay.
Chateau Neuf de la Piche de la Pille.
Perfect. Someone type it out and it's a thing. Go ahead and make it. I want to see everybody try to guess what the hell I just said. Chateau Neuf de la Piche.
I'm not even going to try to
Come
guess.
on, you can try. You can do it. Chateau Neuf de la Piche de la Pille.
What exactly is that?
Oh, it's one of our finest wines.
Is it now?
Oh yes, it comes from just north of the city. Wonderful area of the country is Chateau Faux.
Do you perhaps have anything that isn't from this city?
I beg your pardon?
Do you have something that isn't from the city?
They are not very good wines from Darkon, wine from places Sithicus Lemordia. They are the lower quality. Well, you trust me. If you want to keep your friend, you will take the Chateau Neuf de la Piche de la Pille.
You see, I was looking for something from where I'm from, if you maybe have something like that.
Where are you from?
I am from Mordant.
Unfortunately, I've never heard of Mordant.
That's something I've heard a lot, actually, now that I think about it. Well, how much is this alcohol you're recommending?
The chateau, it is very good year. It sits very well within the senses. I will accept, since you are such a new person to the city. So you are in good health, and it is for a friend, which means you have a good heart. I will give you a special deal for you. Only 75 gold.
Ouch.
Can I maybe insight him to see if I should actually, this bottle's worth this much?
Sure.
I feel like he's ripping me off.
17? it's not
Yeah.
worth that much. You look at it, and it's got like cobwebs that are like literally just cotton strands, like just pulled across it like a bad Halloween store. And you're like, the fuck? And there's like a layer of dust over the label that seems like someone sprinkled dust on it to make it look like it was like older than it was normal. He smiles.
Are you messing with me?
Messing with you? No, I'm not messing with you.
Let me make myself abundantly clear. I may not be from here, but I know a fine vintage when I see one, and that is not it.
Oh my. He puts his hand to his mouth in fake disgust. I have never been so revolted by a customer's presence. You know, they say that the customer is always right. But in this case, madame, I will say you are wrong. 100% wrong. This is one of the finest wines in all of the Mentlieu, and you, madame, know wine like my sister knows her children. Not at all. If you would be so kind as to leave my store.
I'm sorry, that was a very rude sound that just came out.
Well, if you insist, but
I just wanted you to know, I've watched a lot of Monty Python and the Holy Grail recently.
It shows.
Like, a lot.
It shows.
I watched it with my son, and we were watching this scene, and my son's just cracking up. Just cracking up at John Cleese. And he's, yeah, what do you think I have this
I will say
outrageous
that was-
accent?
Not, because John Cleese is amazing.
John Cleese follows me on Twitter.
He does?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
That's
great.
awesome.
That's so good. I have
So does
someone...
his daughter. We talked about llamas one time.
Of course you did. And Moose
course we
with my
did.
sister once. All right.
What
do you do,
Why
Amnestria?
are you trying to destroy everything I own?
she's just going to scoff and just shake her head and just be like, very well, if you don't wish to do a kindness for one of the noble houses of Dance, then so be it. Goodbye. Just walk out.
Sort of. No, but how? No, you are not a noble at all. You are ignoble.
Help it.
Stop it. And he watches you close the door behind him, and then he like shuts like a little shade down the bottom of it, and it says "closed for lunch."
Having a noble background does me nothing.
You know, I guess it depends. Depends.
It's okay.
It depends on when you go to Mordant and you'll be like, I am Duchess Amnestria, blah 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 blah, and everybody be like, fuck. But here they're like, who, the what, the what?
Yeah,
Where now?
she's definitely kind of laughed to herself every time she hears the phrase "May the Duchess favor us all," because
Mm-hmm.
she doesn't favor any of these.
I do.
people.
I do, everyone.
I think she's more like, may the Duchess flavor us all. So
Salt.
just like a little
Just
bit
add
of
salt.
just add salt.
Lots of salt. Ooh, I need to go busk and I need to buy more salt blocks.
Done. Let's flip to Moynat. Moynat has brought out her instruments of choice. What's
I'm
going
playing
on?
my lute in the park.
Give you some park music. Let's see if I can give you some. Can I give you some?
Roll my performance check.
Forest?
23.
Damn.
Do I have?
You have a
forest?
+9.
I do. I could have rolled better.
I don't have foresty music, but I do. It's fine. I'll just bring this back up again. I mean, you're in a city, so it's not like
Yeah,
You get
I'm in the
city.
city park. Kitty, why? Why?
Your cat
do
loves
this?
you. Your cat loves you.
He does love me. He especially loves to lay on top of the mouse when I'm trying to use the computer, which is what he's trying to do right
Just
now.
take another mouse, right? The same mouse, and just put it in the corner.
It wouldn't work. He knows. He's giving me the evil eye right now. He's like, "You took the mouse out from under me, Mom. How dare you?"
I wanted that mouse.
This is my cat right now.
Look at that cat.
Hey, Barley. Oh, look at the belly.
He's- I
big
know. He's just loafing hard.
It's a big
he
cat.
is.
He
He weighs
is.
17 pounds.
Damn! What the hell you feeding that cat?
So does this guy. Oh, yes.
We
What?
didn't think we were feeding him that much, but the vet begs to differ. So
Is his preferred meal of choice lasagna? Like, what the fuck?
Does he
This
hate Mondays?
monster.
Does he hate
He's
Mondays?
he's going on a diet as soon as we get him better. He doesn't know it yet, but
This monster's not fat. He's just made of muscle.
I'm good with that.
Big,
I'm good with that.
muscly kitty.
So yeah, I mean, you're busking, you're playing.
Hey, hi.
Roll that performance check, Muadnhait.
I did. I got a 23.
Fuck yes, amazing. Yeah, you attract a rather sizable crowd.
Excellent.
Are you singing a depressing or somewhat
I'm actually not
scary
singing.
song?
I'm just playing.
Just
I'm
playing.
just playing the lute. I'm just
Right,
playing.
Right on, right
Kitty, stop.
on. Why not? As you're playing in the park, you get, the occasional coin. You're playing. A guy in a dark, like, furred cloak sort of walks briskly past and drops a small box in your area and then continues to walk.
I will finish my song.
Yep.
And then pick up the box and look at it.
Okay. The box has a very stylized sort of insignia on it. It looks like it's been stamped into the side of it. It's like covered with brown paper. It's sealed with wax. The insignia in the wax is a small V with a large A next to it.
Have I seen this anywhere before? Do I recognize it?
You have never seen it before, nor do you recognize it.
Vasca!
I will. Is the insignia on the paper or in the wax?
It's in the wax.
All right, I'm going to sort of take out a knife and try to slide it underneath the seal so that I don't destroy the seal. I just want to pop it off, but keep the wax intact so that I can show that to somebody later if I need to.
Sure.
I'll open it up and see what's inside.
Okay, in the box are a few things. There is, it's lined with cotton. It's a very nice box, actually. It's sort of made not from just like standard board. It looks like it's made from like board that's actually been very precisely cut, and it's lined with leather. The bottom of it is padded. On the padded bottom of the box are 5 items. The first is a relatively small letter that's in an envelope. And it says 2M.
All right.
And then next to this letter, there are 4 small metal, looks like charms or pins or something like that. And they look like sort of stylized ships.
All right. I will open the letter.
Okay.
Someone's got a fan.
Here is what you read in the letter. 1 second, please.
This is what's in the letter. 1 second, please.
Well, I gotta show you the letter. Okay. So I'm gonna show it to... Do you want to read this out loud, or do you want to read this to yourself?
I'd like to read this to myself.
Okay, then I will give it only to you in your journal, Sarah. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, Sarah, it is now in your journal, and it just says handout letter.
Handout letter. Is it just under
It's under
what is it
handouts.
under?
It's under handouts.
Okay, I've got a bunch of things to minimize here.
No problem.
Handout letter. There we go.
All right. Give that a
So that makes it
read.
bigger.
We'll get back to you in a second, Sarah.
Okay.
While you read that, Amnestria, with all of your shopping done, do you wish to return to the abode of our friend Atlantic Ray?
Yes, I do.
All right, very good. All right, so you return, Louisa. What have you been doing in the time frame in between?
She has been considering whether she even wants to go outside, because she knows that even though she's like more herself now, there's a good chance she'd be recognized by someone if she does. And so she's pretty much weighing the consequences right now of like, because whether she likes it or not, at this point, she represents others. And if she gets caught doing something out of line, it's not just her that's going to pay the price.
Very true. So what do you do? It's a bright, beautiful day in Demetliu.
Does Alanic have any servants or anything? Is there...
Yeah, he doesn't have a butler. The only person who seems to be in his employ is his valet or his ward, who is his Cabe.
Is Cabe. Okay. She'll go find Cabe.
All right, no problem. Cabe is cleaning up around the house and perhaps sort of distributing things where they ought to be so that Atlantic can better utilize them for his purposes. Sort of sees you at a corner of their eye.
I just wanted to thank you for delivering my message. Obviously, it is not as I had hoped. But I do have another question for you. Hopefully this one will be quite a bit easier. I do have other family in the city.
Oh.
Have you ever... Yes. Have you ever heard of the Wild family? Lord and Lady Wild.
They sound important.
They like to think that they are, and they like to think that they are favored of the Duchess. Honestly, I'm wondering if there's any news of them.
I would have to check, honestly. I don't really know very much about them.
There's not a lot to know. They're part of the aristocracy. They had 7 children, of which I am one. I have 2.
So you're like, are you a lady?
Well, technically, my mother would be Lady Wild, and then, of course, my eldest sister is also Lady Wild, so, I would be Lady Louisa, but I was also married to someone of the merchant class, so it gets a little tricky.
Oh. That make you not a lady
in-
anymore if you marry someone from the merchant class?
Honestly, I don't quite know. I was married quite young, and I didn't care then. But I'm just... I heard what you said about Jack.
Cabe puts their duster down. Yeah?
And it just seems No one marries for love in this town. You marry out of duty. Well, that's what I did, but I don't know, it seems strange. The message that he gave to you, it seems strange, and I'm just trying to figure out if there's anyone else who might be able to tell me more. And I know that if I leave here and go out into the city, then, especially since I've been gone for 10 years, that I might bring more trouble down upon those I care about. So I was wondering if you might be able to do a little investigating for me.
I mean, sure. I'm fine with it, as long as Atlantic is okay with it. But I mean, he doesn't have to know.
Yes,
He
of
doesn't
course,
have, I
of
mean,
course.
if this is not like something he has to know about.
I'm not trying to hide it from him. I have questions.
Yeah.
And
I'll tell you what I'll do, Louisa. You tell me what you want me to find out, and I'll do my best to do the same.
if you could find either my mother, her name is Lady Genevieve Wilde, or any of my brothers or sisters, if any of them are still... God, I hope none of them have passed on, but if any of them would be willing to speak with me.
Why wouldn't they?
I don't know, but I've been gone so long, and the message that you gave to me was quite shocking. It was not what I was expecting at all, so I'm just trying to tread
What's your
carefully.
passive perception, Louisa?
18.
When you say quite shocking, not what I expected at all, Cabe starts to fidget.
Looks at him. Is there something you're not telling me, Cabe?
No. What do you mean?
I'm not quite sure.
Okay.
Insight check,
Be my guest.
please.
Gotta work that insight. You gotta up that. That's rookie insight.
It is a
there, Megan.
+6!
Those are rookie numbers. Those are rookie numbers.
I'm just rolling like shit.
Just staring at you. Not blinking.
I realize I've been gone a long time. But I also know that I did not leave this world, this domain, of my own free will. And if something is hunting me, or if something is hunting my family, I deserve the right to know, don't you think, Cabe?
I agree. You should. Find out.
Yes, I should. So will you try to find
Yes.
my mother?
Your
or-
mother, your sisters.
I have 4 sisters and 2 brothers.
Absolutely. Where would they be located in town? Did they have like a palace or a house or something?
Yes, they have a house? What's a nice neighborhood?
I would go ahead and say that anywhere like Starlight Boulevard,
Okay.
north of the north of the cathedral is like this whole
Okay.
area here is like prime real estate.
Okay.
The more like super rich live on Sweet Salt Boulevard, like in this area here, like right where the Opera House
Okay.
is over here. Like
Yeah.
this is like Park Avenue here, like Sweet Salt Boulevard here, and then Starlight Boulevard is like Central Park West.
Okay.
Those of you who
We'll put
live
them
in
right
New York,
in the middle. Yeah.
you know what I'm talking about.
Last I knew, they had a house at the intersection of what is it? Sweet Salt.
Sweet Salt and
and
yeah.
and Starlight.
Ooh, well, though, yeah, light that is that's pretty hefty, nice. Yeah, good stuff. Okay, so just I'll ask around and see if like the Lord and Lady Wild, of course. How could I forget Wild? No pun. I'm sorry. That was stupid. I apologize. Wild. I'll ask. But if they're what happens if... Oh, man, this is really awkward, but, like, you've been gone for 10 years? How are they gonna believe me and be like, hey, by the way, Louisa, you know, your long-lost daughter, she's back? I would hope they'd be happy, but they'd want to know where you were.
Tell them the truth. I was transported by some magic I do not know to Cartacus.
You know that very few people outside of this particular city believe in places outside of this city. Right?
I know.
So it would seem a little ludicrous that you were no longer here.
Well, if they ask how I disappeared, find them first.
Right on. Find them first. We'll cross that bridge when we blow it up. I mean, when we come to it. Right.
Right.
Okay. Good talk. Good talk. Just like picks up the duster, starts dusting again.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. By this time, I'd say that Amnestria has returned. Muadnhait, have you finished your busking?
Yes, I have finished busking.
Excellent. Mikmick.
Did I make any money on that
You
busk other than
did.
my strange bell?
I'm going to go ahead and say, based on the fact that you rolled really high on that performance check, I'm going to give you the option to roll a 2d10. And this is in gold pieces. 16 gold
16.
pieces. Not bad at all.
Nice. People in Demetlimu have money.
Yes, they
I like
well,
it here.
they pretend to anyway. So there you go.
Hey, if they want to give it to me, that's fine.
16 gold pieces just from busking. Busking. Everybody's busking. All right. Mikmick, you are still inside the, still inside the house when Amnestria returns.
Well, Mikmick's actually going to go out and do a bit of shopping himself.
Let's do it because it's 1:15. So let's run through this shopping intercession very quickly. Go ahead, tell me.
Well, Mikmick is wanting to get some toolkits.
Toolkits. What kind of toolkits?
Well, toolkits that he has proficiency in,
All right.
specifically, which is like smith tools, tinker's tools, thieves' tools, and leather workers' tools. So he's got a physical set of tools rather than just trying to remake new ones every hour or so.
Shouldn't you have these tools? Don't you start with them?
Yes, I've got a pair of thieves' tools. And I've got a second pair of tools that I've been adjusting, essentially. So I need 2 sets of tools to adjusts.
Okay, so we're talking about tools. Let's go with the kind of tools very quickly. Name them off real quick, and I'll tell you how much they cost.
Thieves' tools.
Thieves' tools.
Because I've already got the Thieves' Tools kit, but that one's Alanix, and he's going to be returning that one, so he's going to get one for himself.
Tools. Tools. Why can't I
That's
find?
25 gold.
There you go. Thank you very much, Maeve.
Yep.
25 gold.
There's also Tinker's Tools.
Maeve, do you want to just you seem to be on the page?
Yep. Smith's tools are 20 gold and Tinker's tools are 50.
So, yeah. Thieves'
That's a grand
Tools,
total.
Tinker's Tools, and Smith's Tools.
So 95 gold total.
Yeah, Thieves' Tools, Tinker's Tools, Leatherworker's Tools, and Smith's Tools.
What?
So,
Leatherworker's tools
100.
too.
100 gold pieces from memory. So, yeah, Tinker's
Yep,
Tools is
his
50.
leathers are 5.
Yeah.
So 100 even.
Solid.
But
Look at
he's
that.
also going to be trying to get proficiency in another set of tools, if possible.
Okay.
Or get some training.
Training will take time,
Yeah.
which is something I don't think that you have. But I mean, you can
But-
meet someone who can pretend, like you can at least make the offer.
Yeah. That's where he's going to. And he's going to be trying to find somebody, jeweler.
A
So he
jeweler.
can get a jeweler maker's jewel maker's tools proficiency.
Okay.
Is the intention.
So the proficiency is going to take time. I would say it would probably
Yeah.
take you like a week of training for proficiency at the very least.
Yeah.
The tools you can buy, but the proficiency
Yeah.
takes, I would say, at the minimum, like I say, with any specific skill, to a minimum amount of training where it would be useful for you to like actually do stuff. It's not like, in World of Warcraft where you're like, oh look, I just boop and pay 50 gold and all of a sudden I know how to do fucking anything. Blacksmithing, yeah, jewelry, anything.
I know kung fu.
Yeah, exactly. Just
Question,
download
though.
it. I would
What-
say, relatively realistically speaking, it would take a week for you to just to learn the basics, yeah?
Yeah. So he's going to be asking around to see if anyone wants to train him.
Sure, why not? You look like a totally trustworthy gnome with giant robot hands. Absolutely, why not?
Strapping old lad.
Yes.
Would Atlantic not have some of these things in his home?
Some of them he may, yes.
But as I said, the thieves' tools that Mikmick's currently got is Alanix.
Right on.
So once he gets his own set of thieves' tools, he's going to hand back Alanix's old thieves'
That's
tools.
kind. That's
Mikmick
so
apparently is not big on handouts. He wants to buy his stuff.
kind. When you got the gold and it's yours, you got to use it. You
Yep.
got to spend it. That's the
So yeah,
moolah,
that's
the
100
money.
gold down,
Done.
200 up, 100 down.
Done. Done and done.
Good.
Great. So I would say at this point in time, then you all reconvene at Alanix for the second night. Yeah? Cool. Moynad, what do you do with that stuff?
I bring it back with me and I stow it with my other things, but then I go find Alanik wherever he happens to be.
Yeah, I'd say he's probably in his study.
And sort of just poke my head in and say, Alanik, can I ask you a question?
Oh, yes, please, do come in, Moynad. Shut the door.
Certainly. I'll close the door behind me.
Okay.
Say, you seem to be familiar with realms outside of Dementlier, yes?
Been to several myself, yes.
Have you ever heard of a Baron Rudolf von Albrecher?
His smile immediately fades. Where did you hear that name?
Well, for the moment, let's just say that I have. Who is he?
He... Baron von Obrecher is the current lord of a land to the north. A land known as Lamordia.
He's the Lord of Lemuria.
Yes.
What is he known for?
He's known for shipping and land. He's known to... He's known to be quite into the alchemical arts, I believe. It seems he dabbles here and there, at any rate. I have not met the man personally. I've only heard tales of him, and it seems that he's known throughout Lemuria. Perhaps feared, just as much as respected.
Moynot's hands sort of trail up and start tracing her horns as Alanic is speaking. Interesting.
Why did you mention his name? You did not state why it is that you said that you heard of this man.
I feel as though the this hypnosis that you spoke of that brings up memories that people may have forgotten.
Yes.
Did you do it to me?
His eyes widen. He says, "It doesn't necessarily work on everyone, you know."
You see, the problem is I don't think that I've forgotten anything, but if I have, I need to know.
I see. Yes, of course. May we? When do you wish to do this? It does take a little bit of time.
As soon as possible.
He sighs, sort of comes out from behind his desk and says, "Well, how is now?"
Now it's perfect.
Very well. And as you listen to his voice, a thunderhead comes over Port Alucine. And you begin to hear little drops of rain on the window panes. The floorboards creak as the humidity in the room rises, and you hear outside a wind begin to sort of blow outside, as clearly there is quite a little bit of a rainstorm gathering outside. And he comes over to you, says, he gestures to a large padded chair near the fireplace. He says, "I want you to relax your body." And he pulls from his vest a long chain, and attached to this chain is a small insignia. An amulet, you might call it. And this amulet looks like a raven. And he says, "I want you to focus on the eye of the raven." And as you look, there is a very small blue crystal eye in this bird's face. And he swings it slowly. Just breathe. Listen to the sound of my voice. And watch the eye of the raven. Back and forth. Your eyes are getting heavier and heavier. Feel like you wish to sleep. Make a Constitution saving throw, why not? As hard as you try to focus on this raven, your brain is so fixed on the rain outside, you don't feel any sign of tiredness at all. He's like, it's not working, is it?
How would I know if it was working?
You would feel like what I would say to you is suggestive enough to make you do it. For example, stick out your right hand, and you would immediately do it.
Then no, I don't think it's working.
Last. You have a very strong will, why not? Perhaps now is not the time.
Perhaps not. Thank you, Alanik. And she's just gonna stand up and leave the room.
Okay. As you leave the room, Louisa, Amnestria, and Mikmick have sort of gathered in the hallway. Cabe is sort of coming out of one of the rooms. You guys want to talk about your day?
This town is terrible.
It's not great, that's for sure.
There are a lot of jewelry places around here.
If you can call them as such.
What about you, Mina? You seem a bit deep in thought.
I'm sorry, I was just listening to the rain. No, I played in the park. Made some coin.
Okay. With that, and the rainstorm seemingly not abating, Alanik turns to Cabe and says, "Very well, Cabe. I believe it's time for dinner." And as he does so, like, he says, I'm so sorry. I did not mean for that to be scary. That was not in any way. I don't know why that happens. Sometimes I say things and, weather patterns.
It's a gift.
It is indeed. And he just wheels himself into the dining room. And you hear, like, from the kitchen, you hear just like, clang, 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 clang. Arthur's just like, blast it all to hell!
First point for me. Sudden noises.
Indeed. Go ahead. Amnestria, it seemed like you wanted to say something.
Yes, actually. Alanik, do you know anything about, death?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Do you know anything about death, about dying?
I try to avoid it at all costs. It's definitely bad for my health.
I agree. But since the last time I can do certain things, and I would rather like to find out why.
So you want to have a better idea of your own nature? I don't quite follow. I'm so sorry.
That's... yes, actually, that's exactly what I'm looking for.
Or usually research of any kind would help, I would assume.
Yes, but I don't know where to start.
How about the library? It's quite a nice one.
He's right, it is quite lovely. I spent a lot of time there when I was growing up.
Endorsed by a local.
Well, then I guess I'm going to the library now, aren't I?
Well, it's closed now, but I'm sure you can go in the morning. After all,
I can go.
I assume, although, Louisa, you do seem certainly more peaked, I do think you have a little bit more time needed if you were to go on our next excursion, yes?
Yes, a bit more time.
Perhaps another day.
At least.
Understandable, of course. Well, if there's nothing else, shall we all retire to the dining room for some pre-dinner drinks, yes?
Do you believe I could use a drink?
I can always use a drink.
He wheels himself into the dining room. Arthur opens the door, and again, plates full of amazing food. Cabe moves towards the door to the dining room and shuts them, and that's the last thing that we see from this house. The next thing we see is our vision moves through the house to the front door, and then out through the front door, through the reign of Dementliu, over Dementliu. Is we walk, we are side by side with this camera, this vision of someone walking through a rain-sodden street. And it is a tall figure wearing a dark fur coat. And it is soaked with rain. And this figure does not seem to care. There's a hood over this person's coat. And as they're walking, they remove their hands from their pockets. And you see that they are long gloves. Leather gloves. And they remove their hood. And it is a tall woman with blonde hair that is now matted to her scalp from the rain. And you see that her face is crisscrossed with scars. But these are not scars that seem natural. No. They seem like her face has been stitched together from different faces, and that their scars are the very seams. And with a cracked smile, she looks back at the chateau and then walks through the rain towards the mists. And that's where we're going to stop for tonight.
Is that your sister? Backstories come for everybody tonight.
I don't know about that, but...
Is it her sister or is it something from Mikmick's backstory?
We do not know!
Could be both.
That's what episodes are
I'm
for, to
as surprised
stop
as you are.
to stop things. To stop things before they get too far, because then the story ends. You know what, the story to end before it's time. All right, that's where we're at, folks. We made it to another
Yikes.
episode of Domains of Dread. Hey, episode 21 in the can. So yeah, hey folks. Thanks for hanging out with us. This was super fun. As always, I'm loving everything we do every time we play, whenever we can. I'm gonna go ahead and start over here to this lady right over here. That's Megan, who played Louisa tonight. Megan, tell us where you can be found on the internets.
Can be found at Megan Lenapp on Instagram and our Discord channel, and I am emotionally exhausted after tonight. So, hey,
Success!
hope y'all are too.
Definitely.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Megan. Moving on down to Maeve. Maeve, where can people find you on the internet?
Hi, I'm Maeve. You can find me at Maeve Climber on Twitter, also on our Discord, and the Maeve the Face Discord, along with tomorrow night, we'll be doing more Vandelver with our crazy wild magic bullshit.
Love it. So much
I lost all
love.
my gold last session.
Oh no, you got that wild
It's
magic
stupid.
one?
Yeah, I did.
Oh
but
my
we also
God.
got meats, so it was great.
Sarah had a lot of fun with wild magic for 3.5
Oh
years.
boy.
We made a custom wild magic table.
Oh, you made a custom
Nice.
one?
Yeah.
Damn.
Nice.
I think we had one that was
But-
kind of
We
custom
didn't
too,
even know.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
We ended
had
up using
fireball
a
with them.
different one about halfway through that had a lot more stuff that was flavored specific. We put a lot more fire into it.
Yeah.
Made it more specifically flavored.
Yes.
But-
yes.
We're raising money for the Trevor Foundation. We've raised like $200-ish already.
Nice. Very
Doing
nice.
great. So, yeah,
Amazing.
it's going to be good.
Fantastic.
Very
Thank you.
cool.
All right. Excuse me. Moving over down here to the bottom left. That is Red. Red, who played Mikmick. Red, where can people find you on the internet?
You can find me at different places over the internet, like your Steam, your GOG. I'm rarely on the social medias. Mostly you find me on the Discord, chatting to anybody who I can talk to.
Oh, we always like talking to you, Red. All the time. Thank you very much, Red. And then finally, over here to the left, that's Sarah, who played Muadnhait. Sarah, where can people find you on the internet?
You can find me on the internets at Lovely Llama, as printed below, on the Twitter and the Instagram, and on our Discord, and under lock on the Mates of Fate Discord because I haven't changed my name since our
That's right. You have
our game since Cobaltica. And on Reddit, where I was actually just talking about that wild magic, because somebody was, people are getting up in arms about the tiefling in the new D&D movie because she's got like human colored
Oh,
skin, and
that-
so
No.
and so
no.
somebody brought up, strictly from PHB, like their skin tones run the gamut of all human flesh tones.
Absolutely.
And also include shades of red. And so I chimed in. I was like, mine was pink, and for a long time blue. Thanks, Wild Magic.
I'll tell you what else. I mean, we're going to talk very briefly about the D&D movie. Yes, D&D movie trailer. Go see it. Lots of good stuff.
Oh my
Lots
God,
of stuff that'll make
It's
me
gonna
go,
be so much fun.
what the fuck? One thing
Oh,
that
yeah.
really pissed me off, unless there's going to do something, like, how could you wild shape into an owl bear?
Oh, you're one of
Because
those.
it's fun.
Because it's
Exactly.
fun.
Although-
Oh, you're one of those? Nice, Sarah.
Many people have pointed out that
Yes, I want to know.
polymorph is on the
That's true.
polymorph is on the druid spell list.
That's true. So she polymorphed herself into a horse, and then while she was a horse, although you can't cast spells while you're polymorphed, she polymorphed herself into an owlbear.
I think I also saw something else. There might have been some 3.5 rules that would make it possible.
Oh, I
to
see.
shape
So
into
we're
an owlbear.
going back in versions now.
Well, that was
Also-
so what the point that somebody made was it's a good chance that the screenwriter played 3.5 when they were younger. Like, come on now.
We also
Come
saw
on,
someone
Matt.
dive headfirst into the gelatinous cube.
That was another thing. Like, oh yeah, let's jump into a giant thing
I
of
was like, "Ooh,
acid.
That's gonna hurt.
See,
That's
here's the
gonna hurt.
thing. I just want this movie to be fun.
I do
and
too.
It looks like it's gonna be fun.
I do
and
too.
that's really all I care about at the end of the day.
Mhm.
Is
I
it
wanna-
going to be fun? And it looks like it has just enough silliness
Mhm.
to actually feel like real D&D and not idealized like what people think D&D nerds are actually doing versus versus the Ember Plinth says step in, and I'm like, cool, I'm not afraid of shit. I'm gonna step into your mud puddle
My favorite part of the entire trailer, actually, was their depiction of the Red Wizards of Thay. I was super jazzed about how they were depicting them and what could very well be the big bad. Who's a big bad for my first fucking campaign? Who, if it is that person, I'm gonna be super fucking happy about it because then they're gonna bring him back and I'll be like, look, he's not fucking dead. And so, yeah.
Nice.
That was me being a giant fucking nerd. And yes, I am. And am proud. I'm not like comic book guy nerd, right? I'm not like, you know, that doesn't actually make any lot of sense. Actually, like, I'm not that guy. I just have like certain pressure points that if you push them, I'm just gonna be like, that's it. I'll stop.
I mean, it kind of makes no sense that an owlbear is a monstrosity. It should be a beast.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, an owl and a bear are both same.
Yeah,
It should just be a
Putting them
beast.
together makes it the most monstrosity.
This is the funny thing is, you know, it's so fucking tongue-in-cheek. Exactly. JF Messin. Edgin is the name of Chris Pine's character. Edgin the Bard.
Is it? Oh, that's amazing.
His name is
Edgin.
Edgin.
I didn't hear his name.
Yeah, his name is
That's hilarious.
Edgin because he's Edgin the Bard.
Yeah. I love it.
Plays the lute.
Yes.
Yeah.
Play the lute.
What's wrong with me?
All right, that's it. Hi everybody. I'm your local D&D overemphasizer and giant nerd Matt around here, and yeah, I'm not ashamed of anything that I've said in the last 5 minutes at all. I mean it. I help to run things around here, and if you want to come and hang out with us, just check out our Discord. It's in the doobly-doo below. I'm also going to throw it out on Twitch, just in case people want to know what to do. Boom, there it is. Hang on our Discord, click on there. That link is always active, so you can always get to it whenever. Come say hi. Come discuss all kinds of role-playing game content, as well as other kinds of games and other kinds of stuff that we've got going on. We love to talk to people because people are what make this world cool, so why not talk? Other than that, you can catch us here Thursdays and Fridays for the most part. Next week, what do we have going on next week? Let me just check my events.
Aliens.
Yes,
Aliens
finally.
and Burn Bright.
Aliens on Thursday the 28th and Burn Bright on the 29th. Great stuff.
I'm so excited to see where this goes with aliens too.
Oh, you have no
We
idea.
left off on such a good cliffhanger.
You have no idea.
Yes.
This will be so good. But yeah, that's some fun stuff. And then we have other things coming down the pike relatively soon. Beyond that, folks, it's time to go to bed. It's almost 2 in the morning. I'm tired. My neck actually has been killing me. And I'm sure it'll get fine. Those of you who have COVID, get better. We love you.
Yes.
Working on it.
Those of you who don't have COVID, don't get it. Please.
Everything.
Exactly.
Everything crossed.
And we hope that you all do what I have always said that people should do, which is to remember, take care of each other. But don't forget to take care of yourselves. Thank you so much, folks. Have a great weekend. And we'll see you soon. Bye.
Bye.